howdy, and good morning. Welcome back to round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We are live from Houston, Texas at SpeedSportz Racing Park. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska, and a new face in the booth this weekend. Joining me, a Houston local himself, Rocco Ruzic.
Hi,
welcome.
Rocco.
Yeah, so welcome, Rocco. It's going to be an exciting weekend of racing. Over 220 drivers making the trip out here, as we have one driver off already. Not too sure. One of the Braille Art machines out here early in warm-up. But it's great to be back for the spring roundup here, the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We had an action-packed round number 1, and it's going to be an action-packed second round here in Houston, Rocco.
Yeah, right now we just have warm-ups going on. You know, we're going to get these guys out here, and we're going to get them warmed up. And is this Micro Swift or is this Mini Swift?
This is, I'm pretty sure this is Mini Swift. So Mini Swift on the track right now, and they are making their way around on screen now as Aston White and his Braille Art machine yesterday has been the man to beat in practice here, but he has a couple of challengers here this weekend. Some big stories popping out. Josh Bergman in the Trackside Karting Services, in the Trinity Karting Group team, Kart Republic. He's making his way out here as a privateer this weekend, doing some testing before the United States Pro Kart Series makes their way out here to Houston, Texas in a couple of weeks' time. Royce Vega out here as well in his Benek machine with a handful of other drivers who are going to come out here and try to challenge. Nico Orbezo on track as well as Alex Chandler, and a handful of other drivers who are racing here. A lot of Texas locals racing here and getting set for a nice test weekend and some championship points here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, Rocco.
Who's your money on for Mini Swift, Caleb?
Yeah, so I wouldn't really put money on any of these kids. I'd say, you know, a lot can happen as the weekend progresses. But you know, there's a lot of local kids, right? The likes of Colton Schniegenberg as well has been pretty strong all year. A lot of other locals that are out here who are really gonna show us their talent as the weekend progresses. So as we wait for a race here to go live here in a couple of moments, we still have a lot of drivers here this weekend. Royce Vega in the 106. He's out here in his Benek machine. His first race in the Texas Sprint Racing Series since last year. Cameron Johnson in the 110 as well here this weekend in the Franklin Motorsports Franklin machine. Sofia Sadagova, we've seen her a handful of times here this year as well. She's in the 115. Jack Cowell in the 116 here this weekend. Rodolfo Lavin in the 117, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy entry. Colton Stiegenberg in the 118 machine. He's under GWR this weekend, as always, in his Gillard in the 118. Nathan Hughes as well, the MSL Racing entry in the 119. Aston Wyatt, the reigning champion, in the 121. The Allen Rudolph Racing Academy machine. Tucker Trieb in the 122. Rhett Johnson in the 123. Simon Klein in the 132. Adrian Vargas in the 133. Oscar Gus Wonderlay in the 139. The Iron Rock Motorsports entry. We saw him be super quick last time out in NOLA, and he looks to repeat that as well here this weekend. Josh Bergman in the 140. After moving teams, started with Stody Racing USA at the beginning of the year, switched over to Trinity Karting Group later on. He's on your screen right now, leading a group of 4 karts here on screen. So that's Josh Bergman, who 8 years old and already making the move up to Mini Swift here this weekend and for the year. We've seen him run a handful of times. Had a strong showing at Rock Cup USA last weekend, and looks to repeat here to get ready and more track time at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Pasha Ali as well in the 142. New colors for him. Well, same colors, but new team for him, moving over to the CRG Nordum team. He was with Sodi Racing USA at the start of the year, podiumed at the Super Nationals at the end of 2023, and now this weekend, his first official weekend with the CRG Nordum team, and looks to have some strong showings for that CRG factory team. Sawyer Chambers as well under the Iron Rock Motorsports 10 in the 145. He's in the Intrepid machine and looks to put himself on the podium here this weekend. Emerson Lane as well, making his way back out to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Wasn't at round number 1, but he is here at round number 2 in the 150. Tanner Barsh, double duty this weekend for young Tanner. He's in the 151. Was able to take the win in 206 Cadet last time out in NOLA, and looks to repeat here this weekend and trying to do the double here in the 151, the Trackside Karting Services entry. Kate Casper as well in the 155, a teammate of Tanner Barsh with Trackside Karting Services. Nico Orbezo in the 158, the Iron Rock Motorsports entry. After claiming his first national championship last weekend at Rock Cup USA, looks to contend for the title here this weekend. And looks to add more points to his title run here this weekend. Cade Casper's in the 155, also with the Trackside Karting Services team. Liam Nachawati as well, another big story here this weekend. A Texas local from Dallas, Texas, actually, young Liam, and is back at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, so good to have him out here. Alex Chandler as well in the 196. Aldo Iturria as well in the 183, who is looking to contend for some points here at round number 2. So that was your mini Swift class with 23 total drivers here this weekend. It's a lot of action-packed racing all weekend long. And I mean, Rocco, you're a guy who has a lot of laps around this place, right? Just like what does a driver need driving around a track like SpeedSportz Racing Park?
Just smooth hands, I guess, smooth inputs. Not many mistakes. I mean, just like any other track, but I don't know. I guess a key to this track is to get the first sector right. You know, the S's are very important because it leads onto the back straight. But apart from that, it's been a while since I've been on this track. You've been on it more than me recently.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was out here, I would say, last weekend testing out the new tire compounds, the SKH2, the new Avinco compound, a very, very soft tire. A lot of these drivers are going to be driving that tire for the first time this weekend. I had the opportunity to test last weekend and almost a second quicker off the bat for those tires, right? So I think for qualifying, when a lot of these drivers decide to put on that sticker set of tires, it's going to be interesting to see how fast some of these guys can go. Some of the KA drivers yesterday, got some intel from them. They were telling me that already the tire has way more grip than it has had in the past. That
might have some lap records.
Yeah, so it may be a record-breaking weekend for some of these guys. And a guy that's actually under that tent here this weekend in the CRG Nordum, Aiden Rudolph, able to get the win, move teams from Burrell over to CRG Nordum this year, and was able to get it done off the bat at NOLA. Took the win in commanding fashion, and is going to look to repeat here this weekend at his home track. He has more laps than probably anybody else has around this place, and is definitely one of the favorites to take the win here this weekend. As we get cleanup underway, we're going to take a quick second to take a word from our sponsors.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back to morning warm-up of round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Kit karts are on the track now. Some of our youngest drivers here this weekend. Let's run you through your field really quickly. Rafe Ali in the number 2. New colors for him as well after big brother Pasha moved over to CRG. Young Rafe is going to be in the CRG as well here this weekend. But before, we have a lot of carnage early in this kit kart field. Very, very green racetrack for some of these young drivers so far. Bodie Bayer in the number 10 here. He was super quick out at NOLA as well. Trevor Knight in the number 11, the CRG Motorsports entry as well. Dusty Stayer in the number 12. Brody Brown in the number 17. Beckley Anderson in the number 33. Liam Lofton in the 41. Caden Tudor. I actually made a mistake at NOLA. I was calling him Caden Tutter the entire time, and young Caden came up to me. He was like, my name's actually Tudor. So I'm going to try to get it right here this weekend. I know he was messing around with me a little bit yesterday, and he was like, no, it's Tutter, it's Tutter. And his dad was like, no, I can assure you it's Tudor. So I'll be sure to get that right here this weekend, and I'm sure I'll relay back to Rocco as well to make sure we say Tudor. So in the number 77 is Wylan Galino, and in the 99, your winner from NOLA, Holden Henson. A very action-packed TSRS kit kart race at round 1 for these young guns, and I expect the exact same here at this place. We've seen a lot of passing zones here, especially turns number 6 and 7. I mean, Xander, I guess he claimed the name of Switchback City into turn number 6 and 7. Rocco, I mean, how hard is it to, I guess, or how easy is it to set up a switchback into turn 6 and 7 because of how defensive some people go in turn 6?
I mean, it's a pretty low-speed little sector, so whenever you come out of turn 6 into turn 7, if you're trying to cover that inside line, you're really giving up the exit out of turn 7. So Switchback City is we don't really have any names for any of these corners. Switchback City is awesome for that corner.
Yeah, and it's a little sector of the track back there. So turn 6 and 7 is gonna be definitely one of the big passing zones, right? Yeah. And the KA class is gonna be huge, and 206 as well. We've seen a lot of side-by-side action through there, even contact into the double right-hander that is turns 8 and 9. So it's going to be very interesting, this weekend. We have a lot of big names coming out to play, and I'm super excited, right? Like we said, I think we have an official count of the entries. 228 karts have been registered for this race so far. A great effort by the entire Texas Sprint Racing Series team to bring more and more drivers out. We had a big round 1 over just cracking that, just kind of touching that 200 mark just at 190. And this weekend going over it with 220. So it's great to see with the effort that the series has made to continue to push. And being one of the grassroots series on our new KC grassroots platform, I mean, it's really good to see a lot of people getting into the sport, a lot of new faces here this weekend. Some that, me and you probably don't recognize because we raced a while ago in 2022 here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and now being up here calling the action is kind of surreal, right, Rocco?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so just tell me, like, you raced here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in 2022. Actually led a couple of laps in the first year Kart Chaser actually streamed. What was that like, leading a couple of laps around here in a series like the Texas Sprint Racing Series in a big 206 senior class?
It was a win for me and my dad, I mean, we don't know much about setup or, we just kind of, make sure it doesn't fall apart. And to lead a lap, it was like a lap. And then Bryce got me back. But, I mean, I always go back and look on that little 1 minute lap clip every now and then. Yeah. But on Sunday, I started in the front. And then going over turn 3, I hit this little baby puddle and just killed my whole race.
I remember that, actually.
I also
remember that.
Killed Mikey Boland's axle. Sorry, Mikey. So I haven't paid him back for that. But
yeah, and speaking of puddles, we had a lot of rain Thursday whenever we got here. So Thursday it was super wet. It was a super green racetrack yesterday. And one of the places that puddles up the most is actually turn number 1. So turn number 1, a huge puddle gets created there on that inside curb right on the racing line. So a lot of these drivers had to opt and go super wide on the entry of 1 and try to take evasive action through the puddle. You can even see there a little bit that the puddle is still kind of there, right? And the more and more people drive through it, the more and more it gets cleared up. But rain isn't on the forecast this weekend, but yet again, I mean, me and you being Houston locals, we know how quick the weather can change.
Yeah, thankfully it won't be raining, but this track was originally built to have really good drainage. So it's funny, around the rest of the track, it's great drainage, but over turn 1, I mean, it totally kills the line. You have to take a totally different line to turn 1.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I also can't fail to mention in turn number 6, whenever there's rain in that turn 6, I guess you can say hairpin on the entry, that curb gets super, super slick. Yeah. As well with some of the Rhino hide that's in that turn 6 complex as well. So.
Is Rhino over there?
A little bit in the middle of the racetrack. I think. I could be seeing wrong, but there's some slick patches that whenever it gets wet, it's super. It usually tends to bite back sometimes. So that's going to be it for our kit carts. We are still waiting. I think on timing by the time qualifying rolls around. But we're going to take another moment to hear a quick word from our sponsors.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Micro Swift on track now. Let's run you through your Micro Swift field here in this one. On screen now is Kimo Ahmad, your big winner from round number 1 of the Tech Sprint Racing Series out at NOLA Motorsports Park. He looks to repeat here this weekend, a hometown track for him. He has a lot of laps around this place for young Kimo Ahmad, but a lot of other of hometown kids looking to repeat. So let's run you through your field. Marcelo Flores, we're used to seeing him on the national circuit. He's in the 212 this weekend, the SLA karting entry, who's going to be racing here this weekend at Tech Sprint Racing Series. He's in the 212. Nayeli Vargas in the 221. Rodolfo Garza under the CRG Nordum tent. He's in the 222. Tyler Blackwood in the 228. Brody Stoffel, the Sodi Racing USA entry, another local kid here from Houston who was has a lot of laps around this place as well. He was quick at round number 1, the Tech Sprint Racing Series, and I expect the exact same for young Brody Stoffel here in the 229. Dutch Westbrook in the 233 as well from Fort Worth, Texas for young Dutch Westbrook. Bay Wyatt in the 241. Andrew Lee Anastasio, another local kid here for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy team. He's in the 243. Kimo Ahmad, like we said before, he's in the 244. Kason Sanders in the 295. And Victor Gus Wonderlay in the 297, who was also quick last time out at round 1 from NOLA. So it's going to be a very interesting race. You know, we have a lot of heavy hitters here in this one. Dutch Westbrook made the move over to the Bennick team earlier this year and has found a lot of pace with that young driver development program. So for young Dutch, looks to get himself back up to the top step of the podium. And a couple of years ago, in 2022, we saw an amazing kid kart battle in between Victor Gus Wonderlay, Kimo Ahmad, Dutch Westbrook, and Brody Stoffel. A video that almost went viral. These kids going side by side, bumping each other, fighting for the lead of the race. And they're out here again, right? And they look to repeat that same battle that they had 2 years ago in the mini Swift class, in the micro Swift class. I'm sorry. So it's gonna be one to watch. These kids have raced each other since they were in kid kart, which wasn't too long ago, right? But they look to repeat here in the micro Swift class. And Rocco, you were actually watching that race. You were here with us whenever they were going at it in their kid kart days. I mean, what do you expect from these young guys here this weekend?
You know, kids, they think they're invincible, you know, they're fearless, so they'll probably be sending it on each other pretty crazy. I mean, I love watching micros and minis almost more than the seniors and juniors just because they're so fearless, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree, right? Some of these kids, and like you're saying, completely fearless. And I'll go on about young Brody Stoffel here in the 229. He actually flipped in NOLA qualifying. And got up and decided to continue to race for the rest of the weekend. So for young Brody Stoffel in the Sodi Racing USA machine, I mean, flipped over in qualifying, got back up, and went on and raced the entire day, and even put it on the podium at round 1, and looks to do that again. So like you said, these kids are completely fearless,
Yeah.
and I expect the exact same here this weekend. Andrew Anastasio as well. He was super quick at round number 1, even contending for a podium place, and then unfortunately was got into a wreck later into that race, so that put him out. Looks to do better here this weekend at his home track at SpeedSportz Racing Park. A lot of locals here for this one. The likes of Stoffel, Wonderlay, Ahmad, and Anastasio, all locals around here. But besides that, everybody else either from another part of Texas or just from a different state. Bay Wyatt from Missouri. Marcelo Flores, he's actually from Monterrey, Mexico. So for him, for the young Mexican, he's going to be out here and trying to put some laps in before he gets going at the United States Pro Kart Series later this month. So going to be interesting to see what Marcelo can do here this weekend in the SLA karting machine. He's in the 212 as the checkered flag comes out this time by for these young micro Swift drivers. The second youngest class that we have here this weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. The oldest, obviously, being our K100 Masters, with a lot of good drivers out here and racing. Speaking of a lot of drivers, I mean, we have a lot of young guns coming out to play. Jackson Woney, a name that we've heard so much in the national scene, the Speed Concepts Racing entry, decided to get some laps in as well before the United States Pro Kart Series comes here to Texas. So he's under the Trackside Karting Services tent here this weekend, running KA100 Junior. As well as for another name who just made the move over to Rawson Performance Group, Chico Brown, out here this weekend under the Arcane Motorsports tent. So for that young driver and his ex-teammate of Jackson Woney, they're looking to race here this weekend and take some Texas hardware back to their home states, Chico Brown being from California. So a lot of action getting set to go here. That was our Micro Swift class. Coming up next is your 206 Heavy class, with a lot of drivers making their way out here on track shortly. 8 drivers for these 206 Heavies with Nick Miller, champion Ross Smith. I haven't seen him yet this weekend, so I'm not sure if Ross Smith is going to run this weekend. David Roddy in the 511 was able to take up some hardware in his first Texas Sprint Racing Series race. He's under the Slipstream Racing TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex tent in the 511. Nick Maverick Miller from Dallas, from Denton, Texas. He's in the 513 here this weekend. Zaren Lee, in the 532. He's from Missouri City, Texas. Madison Knox out here this weekend. Again, she's under the Trackside Karting Services tent here for Madison Knox. I'm not sure. Kevin Dickerson as well in the 550 here. Marcus Pion in the 588. And Lucas Hart from Lost Boys Motorsports in the 593. Made the trip all the way out from Missouri, the only out-of-state driver in this 206 Heavy class. So for Lucas Hart in the Comp Kart machine, he looks to make and challenge some of these Texas drivers. So this is really anyone's game, right? We've seen a lot of drivers who aren't here this weekend. We saw Macon Moore out in NOLA. That was his home track. Late entry for Macon Moore and swept the field in that 206 Heavy race a month ago at New Orleans Motorsports Park, as well as Kyle Hale, who's not here this weekend. He was contending for a podium not long ago. So it's really anyone's game. Michaela Bradley also not here this weekend. So it's really anyone's game of who's going to challenge and who's going to try and take the win here in Texas, Rocco.
Yeah, a lot of people who normally run 206 Heavy are not here. I'm surprised it's not seeing Michaela Bradley or I mean, a lot of these names
Ross Smith,
are...
Ross Smith, the reigning champion in this class, who's
not here.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a lot, and it's really anyone's game at this point, right? We've seen a lot of these drivers be super quick. Madison Knox contending for a top 2 out at NOLA, and unfortunately contact put her out of that one. Nick Miller as well, who didn't have a suit going in a race number 1, found one last second and was able to go racing. But for Nick Maverick Miller, I talked to him yesterday. A super chilled and laid back weekend so far for the Maverick. He brought his suit this time. He was like, yeah, I checked my bag 2 times, made sure my suit was in there. Did not want the same thing that happened in NOLA to happen here again. So good to see the Maverick out here racing this weekend with a very, very nice Top Gun livery for the Ricardo kart there of Nick Miller, which is where he got his nickname, the Maverick, because of that super cool livery that he has on that go-kart.
That's pretty cool, man. I like planes. I like them.
Planes are nice. So hopefully Nick can go as fast as the plane here this weekend in this 206 Heavy class. Lucas Hart as well. Talked to him earlier this weekend. He made the trip out from Kansas City, Missouri. He was like, yeah, I mean, he from what he told me, he was like, I've seen Texas racing. He's like, it always seems like a big spectacle, and I just knew I had to make the trip out whenever they were coming to Texas. It was a long drive for him, but he looks to make it all worth it here and try and take some hardware home in this 206 heavy class.
Yeah, everything's bigger in Texas, you know. I mean, these regionals are ginormous here. I love coming to these TSRS races. I mean, 200 plus entries. That sounds like a healthy weekend to me, you know.
Yeah. No, very, very, very healthy weekend, very healthy numbers, you know, because back when we were racing in 2022, I think the numbers were only at 150, maybe even at that, maybe 160 numbers. And now, you know, coming back 2 years later, the same place where both of us grew up, and seeing the numbers get to 220, a full paddock, a very lively paddock, right? Good vibes around the paddock, people laughing, having fun, walking around, talking to each other. You know, that's always been the best. Because whenever you race at this level, it's always good to get along and talk to people and get to meet, you know, your fellow drivers. Because I mean, looking back at it, that's really how me and you met, right?
Through racing.
Yeah, through racing and at a race just like this, right? A big paddock, you walk around, you have so much downtime. You walk around, talk to some friends, meet friends, and it's really people that you end up connecting with in the future.
Yeah, I definitely made my best friends out here at the racetrack.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was talking about you, Caleb. But no, yeah, definitely the vibe in the track is always great. I love coming out here and being with everybody, but sorry,
you're good.
Stage fright, but
no, it's okay. I mean, yeah, right. It's like the vibes whenever you come to a weekend like this is great. I mean, you obviously have like your club races where you're at the 100 mark, and then when you come out here, a full paddock where you have people all the way from different states making the drive out here is absolutely amazing to see, and seeing so many faces that you only see really 5 times a year because we only have five rounds. Well, it could be 6 with the IKF Grand Nationals coming coming back to Texas here. The Texas Sprint Racing Series running that event from here on out. So good to see that event continue to grow. There was good numbers for that event last year with a lot of drivers, a very stacked 206 senior field, and we're going to look to repeat that here and maybe have even more numbers than we did this weekend, maybe 250 by the time we get to Amarillo Kart Complex for the IKF Grand Nationals. The race for the Duffy, one of the most coveted trophies in karting, one of the oldest sanctioning bodies, that is the IKF Grand Nationals. So I'm excited to go back. I was here last year whenever the IKF came to SpeedSportz, and I'm excited to do it again this year out at Amarillo Kart Complex. Kyle Uchinsky's track with the TB-based with the TB kart-based team out there in Amarillo Kart Complex. A great track that continues to grow. So hopefully, I mean, a lot of stuff going out there at Amarillo this year, which is exciting to see. We also have, it's a mega weekend for us, I should say, here at Kart Chaser. 4 races in one weekend. We are here at Texas. I think this is the earliest stream that we have going on so far. We're out in Indianapolis at Whiteland Raceway Park, where we have another crew out there for that club race with our new KC Grassroots page that just launched, as well as out in Georgia for their club scene as well. And you'll be able to hear from Emery Lida and Alexander Searle out in Tucson, Arizona, where they take on round 2 of the Rotax US West Trophy, I should say. So if you get tired of me and Rocco here this weekend, you can go and switch over to that stream. And listen, check in with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida. But as the 206 heavies make their way into scales, we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
50 drivers make their way out to, only 25 make their way out to the track, but this K8 senior class, the biggest here this weekend, one of our headline divisions here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. On screen now is Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Braden Robertson in that crosslink livery there for him and his Tony Kart. A big, big weekend for these K8 seniors. A lot of heavy hitters came out to play here in this one this weekend. Jesus Vasquez Jr. finished on the podium after a last lap battle in between himself and Aiden Rudolph at the end of round number 1, where Vasquez was ended up finishing 3rd, Blake Nash in 2nd. Blake Nash not here this weekend, unfortunately, but we'll be back for round number 3 when we go over to Crescent, Texas, out at Kart Moto. So for Blake Nash, he's actually over in Italy here this weekend. And racing over there in the FIA European Championship. But this weekend, Spain. Blake Nash is in Spain, where he's racing overseas at the FIA European Championship. There on your screen is the 2 TB carts of Xander Clements leading teammate Jake Faulkner. Yeah, correct. So Jake Faulkner made the move from Kart over to TB at the end of last year, and then you have not Xander's usual helmet, but is out there and on the track there for Xander Clements. Behind him is another group of Preston Pico and the Trackside Karting Services team. So a lot of drivers out here racing this weekend. That's Preston Pico there. That's one of the SpeedSportz carts. A lot of teams have come out here, right? SpeedSportz also made their way out here with a lot of entries, a lot of quick entries, I should say, here this weekend. Iron Rock Motorsports out here with some of their drivers. So a lot of drivers here this weekend, and actually some money up on the line for these guys, $250 for these K8 seniors with De Facto Racing, who is going to be the sponsor for that, paid event. So 2 groups coming out for practice here for warm-up in this K8 senior. It's group 1 and 2, so it's your odd and even groups here in practice. Aiden Rudolph on the track there as well. He was your big winner in round number 1. He's going through the turn number 11 complex and the hairpin there on the infield, who's about to make his way out of there. So for Aiden Rudolph, a great start to his CRG career, who looks to repeat here this weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, now going down the main straightaway for Aiden Rudolph. He was had a strong opening weekend with that team, and looks to go back and repeat here this weekend for Aiden Rudolph. I mean, he from what he told me, he said his kart was on rails the first race, and thinks he can repeat here at his home track. Like I said earlier today, right? Has the most laps, more laps than anyone here this weekend, and looks to repeat. A lot of other stories. Jake French as well here this weekend in his factory kart with the Billy Musgrave led team, and looks to do better here this weekend after an unfortunate end to his round number 1 with the engine issues at the first round. Truly Adams as well, teammate for him here this weekend, who also looks to do a little better than how he did at NOLA after a bent chassis put him out of the second heat race there at NOLA Motorsports Park, which was a very, very action-packed race. I mean, Rocker, you have a lot of laps in the KA around this place. I mean, what do these guys need to really put it up at the front and to contend for some leading places?
I mean, when I ran KA, I wasn't very much up the front, but I mean, I guess. I don't know. I was really aggressive, so probably that's why I was in the midfield. Again, just good inputs,
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean,
a lot of skill.
Yeah, so for some of these guys, I mean, we have seen a lot of elbows out racing, all weekend and all year long in between some of these guys. So, I mean, I expect the exact same. But we know, it's gonna be anybody's game here, right? You have Alex Stanfield as well. He struggled at the end of round number 1. And NOLA Motorsports Park was still able to put it up into the top 5, so he looks to repeat here and maybe go 3 spots better, and put it up to the point of the field here in his TB card as he gets set to go for the United States Pro Kart Series later this year as well for Alex Stanfield, who is a past Texas champion, as well as Peyton Phillips, who is your reigning champion here. He's in the 901 and coming off a huge win at the SCUSA Pro Tour a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I should say, for Peyton Phillips, who put on a clinic out in Orlando for round 2 of the SCUSA Pro Tour on Sunday. So for the Austin, Texas-based driver, looks to looks to repeat his win from the SCUSA Pro Tour here this weekend after an unfortunate end to round number 1 where him and Braden Robertson got together and it put the both of them out of the race. So for Peyton Phillips, I mean, he's already on the back foot here, right? That first race is going to be his drop. So for Peyton Phillips, who looks to repeat his championship, it's going to be a long haul up the field because whenever you take a win here, I mean, that gives you a lot of points. So for Aiden Rudolph, who's currently leading the championship, it's going to be important for him just to finish on the podium for the rest of the races or finish in the top 5 if he wants to claim a podium place. But it's anybody's game here this weekend. A lot of these guys have a lot of laps around this place.
Yeah, Peyton probably, I mean, he's always a contender, you know. He always has pace. He did really good over in Orlando. So I don't think he'd probably have any struggles, hopefully, coming into this weekend. But, you know, hey, Xander had a nice helmet, man.
Yeah.
Whose helmet was that?
I think it was actually mine. So he got lucky. We're at Houston of all places that he could use my helmet. Hasn't gone. My helmet's probably going faster than it's ever been this weekend. So good to see that out there. But as our second group goes out, Peyton Phillips in this group, as well as Alex Stanfield, Taylor Roddy, and a couple of other guys. Diego Guillot out on track as well. The USF Juniors driver who's made his debut and a couple of test weekends already this weekend. So let's run you down your K8 100 senior field. It's Peyton Phillips in the 901, Cohen Summers in the 902. He's in the MSL CRG. Joey Friend was with TB Kart at the start of the year and round number 1 and decided to go back to the CRG here this weekend. So for Joey Friend, the MSL Racing entry, he's in the 903. Dennis McCarthy, a Houston local as well, in the 904. Wyatt Renfro in the 906. JD Lamping, his first race with Comcart last time out. And looks to do better than he did at round number 1 for J.D. Lamping. He's in the 908. Piki Trejo, Sebastian Trejo, the Arcane Motorsports entry. He's in the 910. Addy Bamru in the 912. It's Valen Vakitesh in the 913 from Saratoga, California. So we have a lot of Californians coming out to play here in this round for Valen Vakitesh. It's Jahan Davis in the 914, Adrian Cruz in the 916. An unfortunate end to round number 1 for Adrian Cruz. He's in the 916, the Cruz Racing Development driver who's been super quick. He was quick all year long last year. And looks to repeat here this year, but an unfortunate end to round number 1 for Adrian Cruz that put him out of contention for a race win. It's Landon Skinner, another, well, he's from Dallas, but almost a hometown kid here for Landon Skinner, the 917. He's actually the reigning junior champion. He had a very, very strong showing in the senior class, the rookie. He put it up in the top 5, was contending with them all race long, was just short of a podium, finished 4th. And he looks to go one spot better for the rookie here. It's Chase Suplee in the 918 from Austin, Texas. It's Ruben Asensio in the 919. Mac Parks in the 921. Alfred Alvarez Castillo makes his return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He's in the 922. Carter Knight in the 923. Brooke Berry as well in the 924. She makes her return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Didn't see her at round number 1, but she's back here for round number 2 at a home track for her. Beckett Friesen, another rookie in the 926, put it on pole in his first race at the in senior. So good to see by Beckett Friesen, you know, one of the junior drivers who moved up this year. For the Arcane Motorsports camp and put it on pole first time out. Obviously, unfortunate end to his day early on for the 926 of Beckett Friesen and unable to get it done last time out at NOLA Motorsports Park. It's Alex Pope in the 929 and the Jake French Racing Factory Kart team as well from Crum, Texas. Ibrahim Din back here in the 930. Ian Howell in the 934. Xander Clements in the 936. Michael Leavitt in the 937, Kurt Goodson, the driven MSL driver, he's in the 942. Alex Stanfield in the 946. Put it up into the top 5 all weekend long. I expected him to be fighting for the lead. He was up there, but unfortunately couldn't get it done in the end. And I expect a good weekend out of Alex Stanfield at a track that he's more familiar with than NOLA Motorsports Park. So for Alex Stanfield, new colors for him, a lot more green. Making the move from the GWR tent under the TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex 10 for him in the 946. It's Truly Adams in the 947. He's in the factory kart Adam Motorsports entry. Ian Columbus in the 948. Diego Guillot in the 950. Another rookie who moved up. He was finished second in the junior championship and looks to contend here this weekend again. James Good in the 951. Justin Music, yet another rookie. He's in the 952 Arcade Motorsports. I mean, we saw the likes of Justin Music, Diego Guillot, Landon Skinner, Beckett Friesen all be super quick their first time out in the senior class. And these are guys who have a lot of laps around this place, so I expect them to be just as quick here this weekend. Jake Faulkner as well. He's in the 954. He has some time here in the senior. I think this is his junior season in the senior class. Could be senior season. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long he's been.
I raced against him in
okay.
21.
Yeah, so he's been around for quite a while. So he's in the 954. Sawyer Roussel as well. His debut KA100 senior. His debut in the K100 senior class, we've seen him at the national stuff this year, and he's back here at the Tech Sprint Racing Series. He's in the 960. Jake French, a longtime racer here, one of the veterans of the sport. He's in the 961 and racing here under the Jake French Racing team, his own team, and factory kart with Billy Musgrave's support. Benjamin Egdroff in the 964. Ace Parker in the 969. Drew Chappell in the 972. Braden Robertson out here again in the 974, who's double duty this weekend for him in KA100 senior and in 206 senior. Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, back with Trackside Karting Services, GFC. He's in the 977. Max Altman in the 978. Aiden Rudolph, we saw him go out in the first session. He's here running double duty as well. He's running 206 senior and KA100 senior. So let's see what Aiden Rudolph can do around his home track, and does the double here this weekend for CRG Nordham. Vinny Miskelis in the 981. We saw him at the SCUSA Pro Tour as well. Keno Cadena making his return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series, a hometown local kid in the Tony Kart Cadena Racing team. So for Keno Cadena in the 984. Taylor Roddy in the 988 for Slipstream Racing TV Kart. Preston Pico, another rookie, in the 989. Charles Ropke in the 991. Dallas Dunlap in the 995. And David Bratton in the 998 for these KA100 senior class. So that was a very, very stacked lineup for these KA100 seniors who are going to be racing for 250 drivers. All the action is set to come your way. It's free at the moment, but whenever we go to heat racing and main event racing later today, it's gonna be premium members only. So make sure to become a premium member now so you can watch all the action live here on Kart Chaser. For now, we're gonna go to a quick commercial break. We're gonna come back and give you even more of the action of these drivers who get set to go green here for round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
We're at a commercial break.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth rich sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back here to Houston, Texas. We are live from SpeedSportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here is Rocco Ruzic as we get set to go green. Well, we are green already with our warm-up for our KA 100 Masters. Let's run you down your field. In the number 1, it's Miguel Mir, the reigning champion, who's out here this weekend. Adam Caligaro in the 404. Scott Cherry, Mr. Rimrock in the High Five Racing team. He's in the 406. Kogan Wright in the 407. Kyle Walter in the 510. Brandon Strayer in the 412. Brent Harper in the 413. Nicholas Bergstein in the 418. Evan Kozak in the 423. Shane Burkett in the 424. Janae Din in the 427. Doug Foxworth in the 433. Anthony Harwin in the 440. John Melfi in the 444. Tam Wynn in the 446. Neil Faulkner in the 454. Keithan Hutchins in the 458. Jer Gasper in the 470. Pierce Baldus in the 476. And David Pregande in the 488. First time out, we saw Pregande, Baldus, Sean Owens as well. They were all contending and fighting for the race win. So it was a very action-packed first race for these KA 100 Masters who are out here. The oldest drivers that we'll see this weekend, but also some of the best drivers that we'll see this weekend. Super respectful racing by all these guys all weekend long. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can do. On screen now is Neil Faulkner. He's made the move to the TB Kart team, as well as his son Jake Faulkner. So new colors for them. Just a little bit of a lighter green rather than the fluorescent Comcart colors that they're probably used to. So good to see them out here this weekend in good spirits and racing here. Talk to them a little bit. And Jake was excited to get going here again and racing. So for them, new colors and hopefully they can have a good weekend this time out at SpeedSportz Racing Park. So we've seen a lot of drivers out here this weekend. Rocco, I mean, I want to ask you, right? When did you start karting, and what was the first kart that you had?
So I had I think it was a 2013 or 2014 like Tony kart EVRR.
Okay.
It was a shifter frame. It came with front brakes, and we slapped a 206 on it.
Nice.
Stopped on a dime.
Yeah.
But my first race was in May of 2020, so pretty fresh, you know, still. I'm pretty new to driving and all that, unlike some kids who are younger than me and had, like double the experience, you know.
Correct.
But these KA Masters, opposite of the spectrum of kid karts and micros, you know, so much experience and it's a lot more friendly, I would say. It's really, when I was a cameraman, it's a real treat seeing them doing friendly hand signals to each other, like, oh, push me, you know, all that. Yeah, it's a real treat to watch the KA Masters go around.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like you said, right? I mean, whenever you get started in karting, it's whatever frame you find, and usually it ends up being slapping a 206 on there, right? Just to get to go racing. I started racing in 2021. I'm also kind of green, you know, to the sport. But learned a lot in my first couple of years, and I've had the pleasure to work with alongside the Kart Chaser team and try and put on these streams every weekend like we do, you know. And it's good to have you up here for the first time this weekend, making your on-air debut as we get set for our home, I guess, series, right? In the Texas Racing Series, both of us having raced here in the past. So, you know, good to be here. Good to have good spirits around the paddock. So that was your K8 100 Masters class. Getting set to come out on track now is your 206 Juniors. 206 Juniors coming out next. So let's run you down your 206 Junior field here as I try and find it. But yeah, I mean,
did we go by it already?
Yeah, I got it. So it's your 206 Juniors coming out now. Over 10 drivers here. We only had 5 at NOLA, so good to see a lot more 206 Juniors here this weekend. Shelby Ramirez and teammate Jacob out here this weekend. New colors for them as well. Switched from Comcart over to the TB Kart team here this weekend. So good to see them in new colors for the Value Truck Racing team. New colors for them. Yeah, so 206 Junior on track now. Let's run you down your field here. In the 303, it's Samuel Doros. Derek Wargo in the 305. Not sure if he's here this weekend after trying to claim a national title in the WKA road racing. So good to see Derek Wargo. here this weekend in the 305. I actually don't think he's here. Haven't seen him this weekend. Not sure if he's on our track now. We'll find out as the weekend progresses. I think he may be out there. If I'm looking at the right comp card, it may be him. Shelby Ramirez in the 313. Regardless, she's in the R2 karting value truck racing entry. New colors for same side pod sticker kit for her, but a new team. She's running under the TB Kart team this week in the Amarillo Kart Complex. Kyle Uchinsky led team. So for Shelby Ramirez and teammate Jacob Oakes in the 322. Ava Blum. We have a couple of drivers getting together here early on. One of the CRGs, a Burrell there. And one of the comp carts, which I'm pretty sure isn't Derek Wargo, so I don't think he's here this weekend. But Chris Tracy here this weekend on 324. Ava Blem in the 315 here this weekend as well. Carter Cole in the 325. Mia Johnson in the 333. Robert Arena in the 353. John Paul McCurry in the 360. Shane Reddy in the 362. Ethan Gonzalez in the 369. And Grayson Pilion in the 388. So we have 13 drivers total for these 206 juniors. There's Ava Blem pushing another driver down the back straightaway there. Ava Blem actually was able to take away the club race win last weekend, a test weekend to get ready for this weekend. We saw her and John Paul McCurry go at it last weekend. A lot of side-by-side action in between the two of them where Ava Blem was able to get the better. So Ava Blem, one of the favorites here this weekend to contend for the win after a good showing by her last weekend at a test weekend here. But we can't forget about the two trackside karting services teammates, right, of Robert Arena and Chris Tracy, who were super quick at round number 1. And they look to be quick here as well in this one. They were fighting and contending for the race win at NOLA Motorsports Park, and they look to do it again, as well as Shelby Ramirez, who was contending for a podium place. New kart for her, still trying to get used to it, but her and her dad seemed in good spirits yesterday when I talked to them. They said, new colors, but we're feeling good. We think we can do good here this weekend and try to contend for what's going to be a good weekend here in this one. So good to see Shelby Ramirez in good spirits. With teammate Jacob Oakes as well in his rookie season here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Looks to make some impressions for the Value Truck Racing driver. So a lot of big names here in this one that are out here to fight and contend for a win. There you see Ava Blem as well, so side by side with some other drivers. One of the Intrepid drivers as well in the 206 behind her and that other driver. So it's going to be a big weekend for these 206 juniors. I mean, and for these guys, right? In a couple of years, we're going to see some of these drivers in that 206 senior class here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. One of our headline classes with 30-plus drivers here this weekend. One of the, I guess, 206 racing is very, I mean, right? It's very patient racing, and you have to sit in line and be willing to push. On screen now is John Paul McCurry making his first race there in the Burrell. Behind this group of two of Robert Arena and Shelby Ramirez. He's making his debut here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, first Texas Sprint Racing Series race. Has a lot of laps around this place, a hometown local kid here this weekend, and looks to contend with some of the best 206 junior drivers here in Texas. But like I was saying, right, 206 junior is very, very, I guess, train heavy. You have to push, you have to be patient, and willing to work together with other drivers. For these junior drivers, I mean, they don't have, I guess, the experience that some of the senior drivers have. So we see them pass a little more than we see in the 206 senior class. I mean, Rocco, how hard is it to sit in a line and be willing to stay patient and push when you know there's 20 other guys behind you that are just ready to make a move whenever you decide to go or if you wait too long?
I mean, I'd call it pretty annoying. I would say that 206 racing is kind of like oval racing, but without the oval. It's still road racing, but you're in a pack. It's such a, I don't know. I mean, it's so stressful doing 206 racing. I almost thought that K was a little bit less stressful. I mean, it was a little more physical, but because you can never trust the guy behind you. I mean, it's either move or be moved on. And yeah, you can. Once you get trained in 206, I mean, you can lose so many positions. Correct,
and like you said, right, you can never really trust the guy behind you because he could be telling you, like, you know what, let's push forward, let's work together, and then next corner, he's already on your inside making the move and making the pass. But for some of these junior drivers, I mean, we don't see them racing in that pack and train heavy racing. So it's going to be a lot of passing for these guys and girls here this weekend. But whenever they do move up to that senior class, it's going to be a little different, right? Having to stay patient and work together with some of those guys. Because I mean, we'll see the likes of Kelvin Zing, Frank, Rudolph, Robertson, who's in that group as well, Reed, Domain, a lot of other drivers, Chambers, Seville, who a rookie who was able to take the win in the first round. We see all of them just stay in a line, and then when the 2-6 go in the air and it's officially crunch time for those guys, it's an all-out war, elbows out, gloves off, just throwing punches, trying to get to the front of the field.
Yeah.
So we see very very patient by all those guys, but it's going to be action packed. So the checkered flag just came out for these 206 junior drivers. As still on your screen there is Robert Arena and Shelby Ramirez. So they're going to make their way into the pits. That was 206 Junior. We had K100 Masters. Coming up next is your shifter class set to go here with Noah Zars, who was one of those drivers who went quick last time out at NOLA Motorsports Park. Cameron Reed as well, putting it on the podium. But it was all about Vincent Cassard. The Frenchman was able to go quicker than anybody else. So for Vincent Cassard, he was quick. Talked to him earlier this week. He's in good spirits as well. A lot of shifter drivers. A class that was struggling last year for numbers now has 11 karts here and racing. In the number 2, it's Brett Kelly. Noah Zars, the Arcane Motorsports entry. He's in the number 3, getting set to go here in this one. Derek Proctor in the 14th, making his return to the seat here. Last time I saw him out here, it was at the IKF Grands. He was running K100 Masters, and now decided to get back into the shifter seat for the number 14 of Derek Proctor. Vincent Cassard, your winner at the CRG Nordam entry in the number 18. Martin Marquez in the 19th. Jeff Mills in the 25. Martin Kelderman in the 33. Rod Clinard, the Hewitt, Texas local in the 54. Luis Mendez in the 68. Zachary Mabry in the 73, the CRG Nordam entry. And Cameron Reed on a birthday weekend for her. Her birthday was yesterday, so happy birthday to Cameron Reed. She's in the 99 here and looks to go one spot better than she did, but has to go through a fellow CRG driver, Vincent Cassard, to do it. There's Noah Zars and Cameron Reed. And one of the big things that she told me yesterday whenever we spoke was that she was not used to having to manage tires. She said, by the time I got to the final, my tires were gone, and I really didn't have any pace to catch up to Vincent at the end of it. So for the CRG Reed Motorsports driver, it's going to be important for her to manage tires, like we said, right? You have 3 heat races, so it's qualifying, 3 heat races, and a main, and you don't get a new set of tires for the main event. So you're on the same tire from the next session today all the way until the end of tomorrow. So, I mean, tire conservation is super important, and if you're not leading and you're trying to make passes, trying to go spots better, it's not going to help your tires out. Right, I think it may even be almost better to DNF in the first heat and do heat number 2 and heat 3 just to have a one less heat cycle than everybody else on that set of tires. I mean, so for a lot of these drivers who aren't used to that tire conservation, it's going to be important for them to really try and take care of those tires, because I mean we know that turn 1, 2, and 3 is a super fast section around this place that can really wear tires here, Rocco.
The heat races are scored by points. That's how they get the final, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, yeah, if you could DNF in heat 1, but if you did, I mean, with shifter racing, if you're not up in the front by the start, if you're caught with the mid-pack trying to make all those passes, the lead could just run away with it.
Correct, yeah, I mean, super right, but I mean, anything can go here, right?
Yeah.
So fresher tires may be the way to go. Maybe just parking it on the side of the main straightaway. Like, I think I'm gonna sit this one out. would be maybe even better. Obviously not good for the points.
Just do none of the heats.
Exactly. Yeah. Just
have
like,
stickers for the final.
That's a good way to put it. You'll be starting from the back, but it's a long way to the front. And like you said, whenever you have a driver, Vincent Cassard, who's the favorite here this weekend.
He's a local, isn't he?
He has a garage here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, a local driver here. So for Vincent Cassard looks to repeat his success from round number 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park. I mean, he has a lot of laps. We saw him at the Supernats contending for top 5s, contending for podiums for the Frenchman of Vincent Cassard, who's in the CRG Nordam Racing entry. So for Cassard, I mean, for him, it's gonna be important for him to try and make spots up and keep his CRG up at the front of the field. So it's gonna be interesting to see what Vincent can do here this weekend. I mean, I expect him to have like class, like as he always does. Derek Proctor as well. I mean, we haven't seen him in the shifter class so far. There he is on your screen. in the high 5 racing entry. So for Derek, I mean, talked to him yesterday. He was like, dude, I'm getting so close to the master's age. He's like, I'm 27. I'm getting close. He still has 3 years to go before he's eligible for masters. But he's like, man, I was itching to get back in the seat, and I wanted to go fast again. You know, these guys pulling up to 80 miles an hour down that back straightaway here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Not going down to first gear, only second gear for some of these guys, because we know if you know, it's kind of like a motorcycle. First gear is down, and all the gears go up. So first gear would not help you out and would slow you down a whole lot. And you run the, you know, neutral's right in between, so you run the risk of getting in a neutral, and that would be not the best there. So for Derek Proctor, you know, still feeling young here with some young drivers, and going quick here in I guess some of the one of the hardest classes in the States. You know, we heard from Anthony Martella out at the SCUSA Pro Tour. He was saying, he was like, dude, I can do so many laps in the USF Juniors car, but when it comes to shifter, it's a whole different beast. So it's going to be super critical for these guys to, you know, keep their fitness up, trying to keep their ribs healthy, and try and drive around this this track that's SpeedSportz Racing Park.
Yeah, shifter karts are pretty mad. You see a lot of F1 drivers practicing on their off weekends in shifter karts. I mean, there's a term literally called being kart fit. It's a totally different kind of fit compared to cars, you know. I mean, you're getting beat up in these things. You are the suspension, basically.
Correct.
But, yeah, I mean, I've only driven a DD2. I couldn't comprehend driving one of these 6 speeds.
Yeah,
I mean, my eyes would probably go to the back of my head. But, yeah, these guys are crazy for doing this.
Yeah, and I mean, and you're talking about being kart fit. I remember, I think earlier this late last year, you were out of the seat for a little bit. Got back into the seat at a club race in a KA 100 senior club race. I mean, talk to me. It was like 6 months that you were out of the seat.
Yeah,
is that
it was
could have been a year. I think.
I think it was more than that, especially out of a KA. I was in 206 for a whole season, so probably like a year and a half.
So you were in the KA, went to the 206, and then took like a year and a half off. Yeah, year and a half off in your Spec Miata racing, and then you get back into the KA seat. Walk me through what it was like, you know, not driving a kart for a year and a half, but you got back into it. How hard was it to just keep your neck on your shoulders at the end of the day?
Yeah, Bryce Frank and his dad were kind enough to rent me out a go-kart, and I came and did a club race here at SpeedSportz. What are our club layouts? So we have Heat 1 and Final. How is it?
Yeah, so it's pre-final and then main event at club races here at SpeedSportz.
My dad was like, run as many laps as you can in the practice. Run as many as you can. You got to get your practice in. You know, we got to get our dollars worth. Yeah. And I ran as many laps as I could, and by like not even the pre-final, my neck was giving out. And by the final, I mean, we had to go find like a donut neck protector that was like tiny, so we could like fit it under my helmet and like perch my shoulders on it.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I was coming out of turn 14 looking at the sky. Like I couldn't keep my head on my shoulders. Yeah. Even K100 is a super physical class.
Correct. So super physical, and for these shifter drivers who are making their way into the pits here. 206 Cadet coming up next. But before that, let's take a word from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Houston, Texas. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me, Rocco Ruzic. On track now is your 206 cadet class. We get set to go green here in this warm-up session as the lap times continue to cycle through. In the 201, though, let's run you through your field really quick. In the 201, it's Mace Lajesic. In the 201, it's Yomanangelis Vargas in the 207. Benjamin Osborne in the 208. Dean Guerrier in the 211. Rodolfo Garza in the 212, the CRG Nordam entry. It's Drew Blem in the 215. Theodore Mitchell in the 220, the MSO Racing CRG driver here this weekend. Aston Wyatt in the 221. An unfortunate end to his 206 cadet weekend, the first time out at NOLA Motorsports Park. Engine issues for him all weekend long. Put him on the back foot compared to Tanner Barsh, who was able to take the win here. So for Aston Wyatt, on the back foot so far in the championship, but looks to go better here at his home track of SpeedSportz Racing Park in the 221, the AR Racing Academy Trackside Karting Services driver. It's Jensen Willander in the 222, Wyatt White in the 224, and the Croc Promotion driver. It's Tyler Blackwood in the 228, Rhett Johnson in the 230, Simon Klein in the 232, Dutch Westbrook in the 233. Double duty for young Dutch as well here this weekend. Tanner Barsh in the 251. He was your big winner last time out at NOLA. There you see him on your screen in the red, white, and blue Burrell Art Trackside Karting Services machine there for Tanner Barsh. It's Marshall Steves in the 265. Benson Hale, the car promotion driver, in the 267. I think Tyler Morwick in the 275, and the Micah Masad in the 277. Tyler Morwick, he was able to take the win at the CKNA Winter Nationals, and he looks to repeat that win here this time out with the Trackside Karting Services led by Tim Lobo here this weekend. He's in the GFC right in between them of Dutch Westbrook and another driver there. But that's Tanner Barsh, one of the favorites here this weekend alongside Aston Wyatt. So it's going to be the two of them who are going to be contending with a lot of other drivers who look to mix it up as well, right? But Aston Wyatt, a lot of laps around this place, as well as Tanner Barsh, who was out here at the IKF Grand Nationals. He was out here last year for the entire Texas Sprint Racing Series campaign and looks to do better as brother Brendan Barsh, not here this weekend, unfortunately, playing baseball, actually, for young Brendan Barsh. So decided to go with baseball this weekend, but his older brother Tanner looks to do good here this weekend like he has so far this year. So 19 drivers here this weekend in this 206 cadet class. We see a lot of action from them as well, right? Being one of the youngest drivers here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. I mean, we say it's a lot of pack racing in 206, but we see a lot of passing in between a lot of these young drivers. So it's going to be an action-packed weekend for these young guns, as most of them running double duty. As there's a black and orange flag coming out for someone right now. Not sure who it is. Oh, a side pod actually that's gone loose for that Trackside Karting Services driver. I think that's Tyler Morowek actually behind there. So that it could be, it's one of the Trackside Karting Services drivers with the loose side pod. It's a driver behind these two on your screen. So not sure if he got black flagged, so he has issues there on his side pod. Let's see if we can take a look here when he makes this turn. That's Drew Blem ahead of him, and there you see the side pod. That's no idea what's going on with it, but he's coming into the pits. So unfortunately, that's a 265 of I think 265 of Marshall Steves. So Marshall Steves was the driver who came in. It's Tyler Morwick in the 275 there. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. So that's Morwick and Westbrook there on your screen now. So that was Steves who had to retire early from that one. So an unfortunate end to him. But that's going to be it for these 206 cadets as Aston Wyatt takes the checkered flag here in this one. Still not sure of lap times for now, as we will get going here. But that was your 206 cadet class here, and as they finish up. So after 206 cadets, going to be K100 Junior, and then ending up with our 206 senior class, the second of our headline classes here, Rocco.
Hey, and I just couldn't help but notice you called turn 6 this turn. That's Switchback City from now on.
Yeah, okay.
6 and 7. We're calling that Switchback City.
All right. So turn 6 and 7, that entire complex is going to be known as Switchback City.
Switchback
City. I'll get it down here by the end of the weekend. So, Xander named that I would say last year, at the start of last year. So I guess that's a new name that we'll call it around here, right? Switchback City, turn 6 and 7. And I guess Xander Clements can take the claim for that.
Right? No, that's definitely Xander. That's not me.
Yeah, he's always the one that comes up with all the names and all that fun stuff. So I'm not as creative as him yet, but we get set to go either way with our KA100 Junior class. A lot of names here, a lot of big names as well. Jackson Woney he's under the Trackside Karting Services tent here this weekend. He's with Speed Concepts Racing. But Trackside Karting Services here this weekend. And Chico Brown with Arcane Motorsports getting some laps in before the United States Pro Kart Series comes to Houston later this year. So a lot of big names. Santiago Llerana, a local kid around this place. He looks to go quick like he has many times before this year. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do here this weekend. So hopefully he can have a good weekend for him. I mean, you didn't run too much of juniors, did you, Rocco?
No, I never ran juniors. I started when I was about 18.
Yeah, me as well. I think I was probably 17 when I started racing. So, it was I didn't have I wasn't fortunate to race juniors, but for some of these guys who are going to be moving up to the KA100 senior class in a year time or in 2 years time. So for a lot of these guys, it's important to really to try and make an impression like some of the rookies have this year. All right, one of the big talking points that we had, Beckett Friesen, and a lot of guys have been super quick all weekend long already. And they look to do the same here this weekend. So for these guys, I mean, they're going to have to do a little bit how these how the rookies of the senior class did, and for them it's just putting lap times in, fighting, because racing in senior is a little bit more aggressive than what it might be in junior, and even junior is a big step up from mini Swift, right? I spoke to Tyrone Kemper out at NOLA Motorsports Park. He was like, man, we're not in mini anymore. It's elbows out racing, and you have to fight a little more than what you used to in mini Swift, because there's more on the line. You're getting set to go for a senior campaign in a couple of years' time. So it's important for them to really start racing a little bit more aggressive than what they're used to. But let's run you down your field here. It's David Ibarra in the 806 CRG Nordam entry, Jackson Young, the Trackside Karting Services entry in the 807, Carson Berry in the 810, Joey Dome in the 812 for the Arcane Motorsports driver, Hector Ituriga in the 814, it's Easton Cox in the 815, Benyam and Aberthany in the 817. Sorry if I said that wrong. It's Abernathy. There you go. It's Abernathy. Thank you to our producer Taylor here for helping me out with that. So it's Benham Abernathy in the 817, Brandon Siraki in the 819th, Mason Berry in the 820, Luke Cruz in the 824, Gage Bailey in the 827, Jeremiah Thomas in the 830, Ethan Gonzalez in the 831. It's going to be Chaz Virile in the Chaz Virile in the 835 from Illinois, Juan Jose Paramo in the 840, Eric Doan in the 843, Amelia Gus Wonderlay in the 844, Bobby Klein in the 846, Davis Henry in the 849, Shane Reddy in the 862, Cash Perkins in the 863 was set to go green here this weekend. Cash Perkins in the 863, Graham Tremel in the 866, Chico Brown, the RPG driver with Arcane Motorsports this weekend. He's in the 868. Championship leader, Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the 873. Hometown local kid for Iron Rock Motorsports, Santiago Duran. He's in the 874. Nathan Golseth in the 877. Pato Cadena also making his return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series here. He's in the 883. Hamza Anbar in the 887. Jackson Woney. Texas Sprint Racing Series debut for Jackson Woney. He's in the 896. Matthew Duquette in the 898. Tyler Roberts rounding up your field here in the 899. So a lot of drivers in a lot of different states. We have Louisiana, California, Texas, Minnesota. You know, a lot of drivers here from a lot of states. Tennessee here as well. Wisconsin. A lot of Wisconsin drivers for Franklin Motorsports. Brandon Lemke here yesterday, had a full suit on, helmet on. It looked like he was going to go racing, and then he was just shaking down a go-kart for one of his teammates. So, you know, was just kind of teasing the fact that he was going to race and is getting set for his X30 Pro debut with Franklin Motorsports later this year. At the United States Pro Kart Series and SCUSA Pro Tour and on and on. So big junior classes. We had a little bit of contact there, Rocco, looked like.
So, I thought I saw some contact. I'm not too sure, but it looked like it.
Yeah, so it looked like it, but all these drivers are continuing to go. There you have David Ibarra, who was out here a couple weekends ago testing as well. Some of these drivers, you know, ran the club race around here and just to kind of shake down their carts and get a head start of the new tire compound, which is it's very, very different for a lot of these drivers, right? We went from the Evinco Blue, which was the SKH tire, and now moved over to the SKH2, a brand new tire with looks like real rubber, and looks to be a lot stickier than the old Evinco Blue. So a new tire for some of these kids, you know, just trying to get used to it, trying to get used to the racing and the grip that they have now, you know. Kart setup changes a lot whenever you add a little bit more grip, so you have to free it up a little bit more at a place like this where rubber is easily laid down. So for a lot of these guys who are just struggling to find the right setup for their go-karts after adding a lot more grip with the new rubber here, you know, I mean, you haven't driven the new rubber, but I mean, you drove the old one. I mean, how long did it take for that tire to really and truly warm up and start setting, you know, the good lap times?
It took like 3-4 laps, I would say. I mean, in qualifying, we'd set up for that, I guess. I mean, for the race, it's different, but I mean, you could have it come in a few laps. You know, I mean, this track, you would always switch up. You'd have some club races would be super gripped up. You know, that's all dependent on when it rained or not. Sometimes it'd be completely green and it wouldn't grip up the whole race weekend. But
yeah. So from what I've heard, some intel here, this tire actually warms up in 1 or 2 corners.
What?
Here. So the new tire is apparently super grippy. Spoke to Alex Sanfield yesterday. He was like, he was telling me that he could warm up the tire in the first 2 corners and get going right off the bat. The purple lap times didn't come in until obviously like lap 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But he's like the tire's there right off the bat. So tire pressure, gonna be tricky for some of these guys. There's a lot of strategy to play here, right? But a new tire is really changing, I guess, adding another factor to a lot of these guys here this weekend, Rocco.
And 2 corners, that's crazy. I mean, if you were just saying warmed up, I would say it would take a whole lap for these tires to get pretty warmed up. You could push after the first warm-up lap pretty easily, but dang.
Yeah, it's a new tire, and when I drove it, it reminded me a lot of the Vega red tire. 2 laps and the tire's already warmed up, and you can kind of start pushing in the warm up lap. You know, by the time you get to turn 6, down the back straightaway, you can kind of almost start pushing a little bit more and doing your normal braking spot and stuff like that. So it reminded me a lot of the Vega red tire, but it's obviously a little bit of its own. It doesn't wear as easily as a Vega red does. So I mean, the Evinco is pretty good at the moment. So I mean, it's been doing good, and it's just another factor for some of these drivers. You see there on your screen, Tyrone Kemper Jr. and a handful of other drivers there in a train pushing each other, trying to get a draft. And I said this at NOLA, but the purpose of these warm-up sessions is just a little shakedown. You had all your test day yesterday. You really don't have enough time to test anything this morning. Maybe just a slight setup change or see if something feels better. But the track fully is still kind of green, right? We're still trying to get the rubber laid down, trying to get it up to speed at the moment. So for some of these guys, just shaking the cart down, making sure nothing falls off, getting all those gremlins out of the way. If something's going to fall off, it really has to be in the warm-up, right? You don't want it to happen in the qualifying session. As we get set to go green here for our 206 senior class there. On screen, first in line is Jerry Fandry the Illinois-based driver here this weekend. Made his Texas Sprint Racing Series debut last time out. Was up in the top 5 all weekend long, and an unfortunate end to his main event put him out of contention for the race win. But let's run you down your field. Reigning champion Drew Chappell in the number 1, the Maxwell Paper Products Racing entry. Bryce Frank, the number 2. Second in the championship last year for the BFR Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Jam Racing entry in his MGM. Here this weekend, Carter Kogo in the 604 for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. His rookie season here, his first full year of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, second race, and was well in the mid-pack last time out. Cameron Reed in the 609, the CRG Nordum Reed Motorsports entry. Addy Bamaru in the 612, Cooper Larson in the 613, Patrick Herring in the 615, Afton Willander in the 616, Jacob Oliver in the 618. His second year here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, a hometown local kid who looks to put on an impression on the field. You know, had a breakout race at the championship finale last year, and looks to do the exact same here at his home track. Reagan Seville in the 619, the rookie, reigning rookie champion, bringing that championship up here to senior. Looks to repeat his success from round number 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park. He's in the 619. Trackside Karting Services GFC. So for Reagan Seville, the rookie, one of the favorites here this weekend, hometown local as well. Caden Wolf making his return to the seat in the 621. Alfred Alvarez de Castillo back for round number 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Ethan Wolf in the 623. A return for Ethan Wolf as well. Landon Melson in the 625. It's Ryan Long in the 627. Paul Braden in the 630. Blaze Dornbaum in the 642. Josie Chambers in the 645. 14 years old, the youngest driver here in the senior class, making the move up to senior early. He's like, man, I'm just ready to go up and fight with some of the big guys, right? With some of the older guys. So Josie Chambers,
yeah, he won last weekend.
Yeah, so Josie Chambers was here at the club race last weekend and beat the likes of Bryce Frank and all
beat
those
Reagan.
guys.
So let's see what happens.
Yeah,
let's see what happens this week.
Anybody's game here this weekend. Josie, a home track for him as well. From Angleton, Texas, for the Angleton, Texas native of Josie Chambers. It's Parker Fitz in the 646, Ian Columbus in the 648, Truly Adams in the 649, double duty for Truly this weekend. Samuel Young in the 650, another local who's been super quick, had a breakout year last year after his win at Odessa, Texas. Looks to get another win on his books here this time out. He's in the 650, Jensen Harrell in the 655, Braden Domain in the 658, the CRG Reed Motorsports driver, Landon Fitz in the 659, Kelvin Zing in the 666, another local, not hometown, but Kelvin being from Atlanta, Georgia, moved out here almost when I started karting in 2021, I think. So been here since, and he's pretty much a Houston local at this point for the MGM AR Academy Jam Racing driver there. He's one of the favorites here this weekend. We saw him have a huge win a couple of years ago after a last lap battle, a last corner battle in between one of the Wolf brothers, Braxton Traeger, and many more, where he crossed the line ahead of the rest, and he had a championship berth last year. He was contending for the championship, but a DQ and a move to Saudi Arabia for him put him out of contention. But he's back this year for a full championship schedule for now. He was quick at the CKNA Spring Nationals out in Charlotte as well, put it in the top 5 in 206 light. So looks to repeat the success he's had so far this year and do it here after. I think he wasn't able to put it on the podium, but he was close last time out. Pushed teammate Bryce Frank to second place there. Mackenzie Colum here in the 670, Gabriel McLeod in the 673, Sam Toll in the 676, Braden Robertson in the 677, double duty for him. Aiden Rudolph as well, double duty in the 679, the CRG Nordum driver. He's racing double duty. Zach Rivera, the VLR factory driver for Nevada Kart Sport, now moved to Dallas, Texas. So him and his dad opened up a shop there in Dallas. He's in the 680. It's Jerry Fandry in the 681, the TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex driver from Chicago, Illinois. And Nuke Waller in the 691, rounding up your field here in 206 senior.
I don't know if I heard you all the way, but is Mikey Bolin racing this
Mikey
weekend?
Bolin is not racing this weekend, so he
saw him around the paddock.
Yeah. So he was exactly right. So a lot of people saw him around the paddock. after he made a move to Georgia earlier this year. So he made a move out of Georgia and unfortunately not racing here. On screen now is their Aiden Rudolph in the CRG and Kelvin Zing behind, Carter Kogo there as well. So Aiden Rudolph, I mean, a home track race for him. Looks to try and do the double this weekend. Maybe 2 wins for him would be a lot here at his home track. He isn't used to the 206 racing. We saw him at the IKF Grand Nationals. He raced, contended for a Duffy, wasn't able to get it done at the end, but obviously contended in both classes and came under senior in 206. Tested a lot out here, obviously, you know. But he looks to go strong here in this one. Kelvin Zing behind him in his MGM, pushing Aiden Rudolph through. So the two of them as Reagan.
Oh, is that Reagan?
Yeah, pulling off to the side. I think he's just letting him pass through. So no issues there for Reagan Seville, who's still there. So a lot of these guys are going to work together. You know, we've seen a lot of the Dallas guys work together. A lot of the Houston guys work together. So it almost seems like a battle of the cities. But you know, in the end, they're all Texas drivers.
When you're racing 206, you got to keep your friends close. You know? I mean, I don't remember which round it was, but one of the TSRS rounds in Amarillo, Braxton Trigg and his buddy, I forgot who it was, but they drove away from everybody else. If you can work together and not, you know, slow each other down with overtakes, you can possibly run away. It's very hard to do that.
And I think that was last year, if I'm not mistaken. Where
Probably,
Braxton Trigg and one of his teammates pushed away. I think it was Drew Chappell. If I'm not too sure who it was.
All I remember is they were rowing the boat after they won or something.
Yeah. So you know, I mean, yeah, for these guys, I mean, like you said, right? They say keep your friends close and keep your enemies closer.
I mean, keep your. I mean, I don't know about my enemies in 206.
Really?
So keep them off the track, to be honest with you. Yeah.
So we're not going to do what Rocco's saying, right? We're going to keep it respectful here as they come into the pits now for these drivers as warm-up gets underway. So that was your first round of warm-ups. We have qualifying coming up next. Going back to the start with your mini Swift drivers. But I think we're going to have a drivers meeting in between, so we're going to have a quick break in between, and we're going to go back green at 10:30 for qualifying here, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to have a drivers meeting really quickly, and then we're going to have your mini Swift drivers go out for qualifying. 7 minutes for these drivers where mini Swift is going to kick it off here. But that was your warm-up sessions here from Houston, Texas at SpeedSportz Racing Park. If you want to watch all the racing action live later today, make sure to become a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month. Make sure you subscribe. You join on either an Android or a laptop, a desktop device. If you do it on Apple, it's going to charge you an extra $3. We don't see any of those $3 that go straight to Apple. They tack that on. So make sure to subscribe on an Android or a desktop device for $9.99 a month. You get all the action live, and it's not just for this weekend, it's for the entire month. We have 4 races going on, so if you want to check in on what they're doing over at Indy or Georgia, or if you want to see what Alex Searle and Emery Leiter are up to later today at the Road Tax East Trophy, you can check in with them if you get tired of me and if you get tired of me and Rocco, you'll go over to them later today. But for now, we have a qualifying free, and but by the time we get to the heat races, it's going to be for our KC Premium members only. So make sure to subscribe so you won't miss any of the action. Again, my name is Caleb Vieska alongside Rocco Ruzic. We are live from Houston, Texas. This is round 2 of the Spring Roundup. So we'll see you guys back here at 10:30 when we get set to go green for qualifying.
You finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Testing. Wait, there it is. Great. Check.
At the receiver. Mic check, mic check.
Got it. Okay, morning warm-ups have completed. Drivers, mechanics, please make your way to the grid area for our drivers meeting. Drivers meeting in 10 minutes. If you're a driver, your attendance is compulsory, mandatory. That means you got to be here. Make sure to bring your raffle tickets. We'll be pulling the raffle after the drivers meeting. Drivers meeting in 12 minutes.
Well, as the engines come to life here in Houston, Texas, we get set to go green for qualifying in our mini Swift class. Royce Vega wasn't out there in warm-up, but he will come out this time out for the qualifying session. 7 minutes for these drivers to fight for the pole position as they try and get a head start. It's still 10:28. We aren't set to go green until 10:30. So for these mini Swift drivers, it's going to be a lot of them in contention for the pole position here in Houston, Texas. Royce Vega, Aston Wyatt, and a couple of others already there getting eager to go out. You see Royce continuing to hit the gas there and try to go out and get a head start on these drivers. As we get set to go green, Neil gives them the go-ahead. It's 10:29, and we get out a minute early, which is pretty good for these guys. So we get set to we get set to get going here for qualifying. Royce Vega leads us away as they go through our timing loop here. Alex Chandler, Aldo Iturriga in the 2. Nicholas Orbezo, Tanner Barsh, Emerson Lane, Sawyer Chambers, Pasha Ali, Oscar Gus Wonderlay, Jack Cowell, Royce Vega, Aston Wyatt, Josh Bergman, Adrian Vargas, Colton Schneegenberg, Liam Nachawati, Tucker Tribb, Cameron Johnson, Nathan Hughes, Sofia Sadagova, Rodolfo Lavin, Simon Klein, Rhett Johnson, Cade Casper, Emerson Lane, and Tanner Barsh, all contending here for pole position. This is Mini Swift presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy as one driver goes around here early on. There on your screen is the CRG Nordum driver and the GWR driver, Colton Schneegenberg and Pasha Ali. As we get set to set the first couple of laps so far, Royce Vegas is going to be the first one across the line. Bergman behind him leading the group as Ali decides to pull off a little bit and find some track position here as it stands. We continue to cycle through Royce Vega, currently fastest lap of the race. That was just the first lap, so lap times are expected to go quicker and quicker. A 102.348 for Royce Vega so far. Bergman in second, Wyatt third, Nacho Wadi in fourth. A lot of heavy hitters here in this one who are going to try and contend for a pole position here, Rocco.
Yeah, Royce Vega P1, who's Aston Wyatt P3. He's only
a second off, but obviously being the first lap is going to be important for them to continue to warm up the tires and try and get more speed out of it as they continue to cycle through. Royce Vega, like I said earlier, is going to be the first one across the line. The group of Alex Chandler, Wonderlay, and Orbezo, the 3 Iron Rock Motorsports drivers, are in 2 separate groups. So Vega, Bergman, Wyatt, all in one group. And for Chandler, Wonderlay, and Orbezo, the 3 Iron Rock Motorsports entry in a second group. Chandler goes second fastest, a 102.761 for the Iron Rock Motorsports entry, and Orbezo only 6th this time by. Looks like Aston Wyatt leads that group now, further ahead of this group. So Aston Wyatt provisional pole, not for long though. Colton Schneegenberg takes back that provisional pole in the GWR of 49.875. Emerson Lane in this group as well there behind Aston Wyatt, I think. So this is a group of Aston Wyatt, Royce Vega, and I'm pretty sure that's Colton Schneegenberg right behind them, not too far off. Down the back straightaway, this is Pasha Ali and another driver here as they go back down the back straightaway. I think that's Rodolfo Lavin in that group as well as Ali makes a move and continues to push forward here in this one. As we go into turn number 11, there is Aston Wyatt. And that's Royce Vega and Aston Wyatt there with not sure who the driver ahead of them as of now. Chandler went purple last time by, 59.465 there for Alex Chandler. So let's see what it looks like this time by for Aston Wyatt, who catches up to Pasha. Oh, sorry, that's Rodolfo Lavin. So Wyatt already crossed the line. That was a 59. Oh, and a lot of changes so far. Schneegenberg to the top of the timing screens, a 59 flat, and not for long because Cade Casper, the Trackside Karting Services entry to the point, and there goes Pasha Ali once again in the CRG. Oh, in the 142. He goes to the point of the field. A 58.832 for the CRG of Pasha Ali so far. We are 3 minutes down, halfway through this qualifying session. 3.5 minutes to go. On screen now, that's Pasha Ali there in his CRG with a couple of other drivers ahead of him. Schneegenberg not too far off. So let's stay with this group here for a little bit of Pasha Ali. As we continue to go into turn number 11, this time by, that's Aston Wyatt and Royce Vega. Let's see what it looks like for the two of them when they get set to cross the stripe this time by into the last couple of corners there. This is Pasha Ali here. Let's see what it looks like for the two of them. What does it look like this time by? Royce Vega, 58.464, goes quicker than the rest. It's 1 and 2 for Wyatt and Royce Vega here at the moment. 2 seconds slower for Aston Wyatt, who leads Vega away down the back straightaway. Vega getting a big draft down the back straight and continuing to push his way forward. That's Pasha Ali there, who fell back to 5th. Nachawati up in a 3rd. Chandler to 4th. Ali there with Lavin behind. As they currently, Ali's in 5th, and I'm not sure where Lavin is here at the moment, but further back. It's still Vega on the pole. Nachawati shuffles through. Chambers as well, up in a 5th to 58.719 there for Sawyer Chambers. Pasha Ali falls back to 6th. Kate Casper, personal best lap time, but not enough to take the provisional pole away from Royce Vega. Here's Pasha Ali. Let's see what it looks like this time by for Ali. Schniegenberg ahead of him. They get set to cross the line this time by. What's it like for Ali? Can he go quicker? He does. A 58.410 for Pasha Ali. A minute and a half left in this qualifying session. It's the CRG Nordum driver of Pasha Ali with the provisional pole. Vega there on your screen with Aston Wyatt continuing to push through. Let's see what it looks like for the two of them. Aston Wyatt still following here. Another driver ahead. Looks like they're going to catch some traffic. That's Schniegenberg and Ali, who are currently quickest. Schniegenberg down in 9th, who continues to push forward. 4/10 off of Pasha Ali, who holds provisional pole here at the moment, but is going to have to push Schniegenberg along if he wants to hold on to that purple lap time. For Vega and Wyatt, not able to improve as of yet, only a 10th off of Alex Chandler, who takes the pole now at 58.358 for the Iron Rock Motorsports. They're all spread out in the field here. So there's Pasha Ali with Schniegenberg. Ali had to make the move on Schniegenberg to get ahead. He's going to catch traffic, so I'm not sure if this is going to be too good for Pasha Ali. Nachawati is further back. Isn't able to work himself up into the top 5. Still 7th for him. Chandler still holds provisional pole at 58.358. This may be the last lap that these young boys and girls get in this qualifying session. It's Ali and Chandler fighting for the pole right now. Vega not able to improve, a 10th off of Chandler at the moment, who holds provisional pole here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. This is it, and officially crunch time for some of these drivers. Chandler crosses the line. Chandler's going to get one more lap. Can he go quicker? He can't improve as of yet. Or Bezo can't improve either. He's down in 8th, so they cross the line. They're going to get another lap. It's going to be super close for Nachawati, Schniegenberg, and Ali when they cross the stripe. 5 seconds to go in this qualifying session. Wyatt is going to get set, and I think he's going to get the checkered flag. Time is up. It's going to be the checkered flag for Aston Wyatt, who currently sits all the way back in 5th. Can he take provisional pole here in this one? He crosses the stripe. Can he improve? He can't. Royce Vega can't improve either. It's still Alex Chandler who holds provisional pole. Josh Bergman not able to improve either. I think Bergman may find himself outside of the top 10 here in qualifying, not able to improve. They cross the stripe. Nobody else can improve. Chandler's still going to get a lap. I think it's going to be Alex Chandler here in this one. Ali got the checkered flag as well. Alex Chandler and Chambers crossing the line now. Chambers down in 6th, or Bezo in 8th. Can any of them improve here in qualifying? There goes Chandler, is getting set to cross the line now. Can Chandler improve? He can't, and I think it's going to be Alex Chandler on pole position here in your Mini Swift class, presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. A lot of changes for position, but in the end, it's Alex Chandler in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart on pole position. It's Pasha Ali in 2nd, Royce Vega 3rd, Tucker Tria 4th, Aston Wyatt 5th, Sawyer Chambers 6th, Liam Nachawati 7th, Nicholas Orbezo 8th, Kate Casper 9th, Schniegenberg 10th, Tanner Barsh 11th, Oscar Gus Wonderland 12th, and for the Trinity Karting Group driver of Josh Bergman in 13th, outside of the top 10, Cameron Johnson in 14th, Emerson Lane 15th, and more and more continue to cycle through here in this one. An action-packed qualifying session so far, Rocco. A lot of position changes. I mean, walk me through that, right? Whenever you're near the back of the pack and trying to set in those lap times, how hard is it to really, set that lap in towards the end?
I mean, you just got to, lock in, shadow the guy in front of you if he's fast. Shame for Pasha Ali on that last lap. I think he got a little robbed in going into the S's. He got, caught up with those other drivers.
Yeah, so unfortunate there catching up to traffic.
Yeah,
like
that's one big thing about qualifying is you gotta be clear up ahead. It's a very big deal.
Yeah, track position is definitely important here. You can catch up to someone in the S's, and it's going to slow you down a whole lot. So coming up next is your Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture, where race number 1 winner, championship leader Holden Henson, looks to repeat here and maybe put it on the pole here in this one. Caden Tudor as well, another one of the heavy hitters here in this Kid Kart class. Liam Lofton here as well. Beckley Anderson, Brody Brown, who has a lot of laps around this place, a Texas local here for him. Dusty Strayer in the number 12 going out. Trevor Knight in the 11. Bodie Bayer in the number 10. And Ray Lee all set to go out here in this qualifying session. These kid karts are going to get 7 minutes here in this one. So it's going to be action-packed just like we saw in that first mini Swift class.
You think Rafe's going to do one better than his brother?
I mean, he's had a lot of pace. He also has a lot of laps around this place. Being from Dallas, a Texas local, we come out here a whole lot. For the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and a lot of club races and a lot of other series come out here. So for Rafe, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if he can go a spot better than his brother did. But so far, I mean, a good day for the All-Lees, putting it on the front row. And, I mean, track position is not as important whenever you start in qualifying. I mean, turn 1 is a left-hander, but it's not that big of a left-hander, right?
Yeah.
So starting on the outside, in some cases, could even be a little bit better than starting on the inside because you have the inside line going into turn number 2, right?
Well, I mean, I guess you would call it the outside for turn 1, but if the outside line got a even start with the inside line, turn 2 is up for grabs immediately.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, because I mean you're on the you're on the inside for the double right-hander in turns number 4 and 5. So I mean it'd be good to kind of push down that down the back straightaway and having the inside line still. So in some cases, Pasha Ali could be on the right side here, to get started.
I mean, thank God that puddle's away. Otherwise, the outside line would be squeezing them in.
No, for sure. As we get set to go green here for these kid karts, they all cross the stripe. It's Bodie Bayer there in the 17 in the comp cart. Behind him is Rafe Ali and Beckley Anderson, the 2 CRG Nordam entries. Beckley Anderson from Waco, Texas, if I'm not mistaken here, the young lady, with her dad here this weekend as they get set for another weekend of Texas Sprint Racing Series racing. There's Ray Lee going past another driver and catching up to Brody Brown. Ray Lee looks to be flying here early on in this one so far. Good speed down the back straightaway. So let's see what Ray Lee can do in his CRG there. Ray Lee in the number 3 and Beckley Anderson in the 33. So Rafe gets to that point. Ahead, that's Beckley Anderson further back, who goes for a spin, actually. Beckley Anderson spins on the exit of turn number 7. Unfortunate there for Beckley Anderson, and more drivers off on the exit there of turn number 6.
Somebody's
so
parked.
Already, we have
Apex.
A couple of drivers there off the racetrack. There you have it. That's the number 12 and the 33. So that's Beckley Anderson and the number 12 of Dusty Strayer. So the two of them already around. Let's see if Beckley can get going again. She's going to get fired again here in this one. But it's Ray Lee who's at the point with Brody Brown behind him. So as lap times continue to come in, we're going to see what it looks like for Ray Lee and company. An action-packed race first time out for these kid karts. A lot of side-by-side action, a lot of bumping, and they really delivered the first time out, right, Rocco?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I love watching these kid karts.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most fun classes that we get to see, right? Some of the youngest drivers, and the way that they race is, phenomenal. So Brody Brown currently quickest. I don't think Ray Lee actually registered when he crossed the line, so it could be a transponder issue there for the number 2 of Ray Lee. So we'll see what happens. See if it registers next time he crosses the line. So that's unfortunate. I think he's going to lose his. As Ray Lee goes around there, and Brody Brown tries to get through. So a little bit deep on the brakes there. Ray Lee spins it around, gets going again. So good to see, and he looks not too happy with himself as he spun it there. So unfortunate there for Ray Lee as Brody Brown and another driver behind him. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like Bodie Bayer who could be behind him. It looks like, so Bodie Bayer in the top cart right behind him. He's currently second, 2 seconds off of Brody Brown here as he continues to go through. That's Brody Brown with a nice helmet. Has a UT Longhorn livery on that helmet, being from Austin. So good to see, some creativity by these young drivers so far. As they continue to cycle through. Let's see what lap times look like this time by. This is the first actual lap and first actual marker that we'll get from these drivers. So it's Brody Brown crossing the line first in the 17. What's it like to 123? And Bodie Bayer goes quicker. 0.4 of a second quicker there than Brody Brown. So Bodie Bayer at 122.879. And for Brody Brown at 123.261 there. For Brody Brown. Bodie Bayer in the top cart there on your screen now. He's currently purple and on provisional pole here at the moment. Ali in third. Liam Lofton works his way up to fourth. Wyland Galino up into 5th. Falls back to 6th. Trevor Knight now up in a 5th. And Holden Henson, your race winner last time out, works his way up into 4th here. So a lot of shuffling for position so far in qualifying, Rocco.
Yeah, Kid Kart's always a little unpredictable. Sometimes one kid just, locks in for a session and, goes all out. And I remember back in Amarillo last year, we had a very incredible final that almost took out Deke, I remember.
Yeah.
But these Kid Karts, they really go for it sometimes.
Yeah. So one of the drivers is off there, unfortunately, into the hairpin of turn number 11. So that's going to end his qualifying here early as more drivers get pushed back onto the racetrack.
That's not a good place to push that cart.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate there. It pushes him back onto the main straightaway. So he gets pushed back onto the track, and as more and more drivers are off the racetrack here. That's Brody Brown there, and the turn into turn number 1 and 2. As they get set to set up another lap. Brody Brown went quickest, a 1:21.130. Ray Qualy in second with a 1:21.626. So 0.5 of a second off for Ray Qualy here early, but not able to get it going so far. Up in a second there, Bodie Bayer falls to 3rd, and Caden Tudor in 5th. Anderson up in a 4th, so she was able to get back going again, and up into the top 5 here at the moment. There's the top cart and more and more drivers. That's the top cart, the number 10 of Bodie Bayer. He is as well 5 tenths off of Brody Brown here at the moment. So Bayer continuing to try and push his way further and further up the field. Qualifying is one thing. A lot of these drivers can set in the purple lap times, but whenever it comes to racing, it's a little different. It's a lot longer. These drivers have to be focused for a lot longer and continue to set lap times in. We saw, right, maybe a kid can get tired or can doze off, look at the butterflies flying around, so he'll get a little distracted, and it's just hard to keep focus, for 15 minutes and 2 laps in the main event. But these kids can do it. They always provide great racing and set in great. These are really like the futures of the sport. Everybody starts here except for us, but everybody starts here usually, and they end up to be something big. These guys are going to be in Microsoft the next couple of these guys and girls are going to be in Microsoft the next couple of years, and we're going to see them continue to develop. These are usually the kids that you see running around the paddock on their scooters, eating candy, drinking Gatorade, a lot of sugar to try and get energy, and then when they get into the carts, their parents try to calm them down and try and continue to keep them focused in racing, right? Because it's a big Texas Sprint Racing Series weekend that they come out to. So as we come to the last 30 seconds of qualifying here, there goes Trevor Knight across the line. He's currently in 8th. Still Bodie Bayer here on your screen, and I think he's gonna get the checkered flag this time out as more and more drivers continue to cycle through there. Let's see what it looks like for Bodie Bayer as the checkered flag will come out this time by. It's Brody Brown, who's still on provisional pole, and 4 tenths quicker than Ray Qualy, who currently sits in 2nd. As you see some of the signals there, Brody's dad telling him to hammer down. And is he going to go quicker than he did? He cannot. Only a couple tenths slower. And Bodie Bayer out of nowhere on provisional pole here, a 120. Oh, and out of nowhere, Ray Qualy, a 120.401 for the CRG Nordham driver of Ray Qualy. It was Brody Brown, and it looked almost certain to be Brody Brown, not able to improve. And there went Bodie Bayer, and then Ray Qualy goes even better. Insane qualifying and a crazy end to the qualifying session for these Honda Kid Karts. It's Ray Qualy on the pole position. And before we even started, you said, can Rafe go one spot better than his brother Pasha?
He did.
And it looks like he did. So Ray Qualy on pole position in your Honda Kid Karts by half a second.
It's a stonking lap right there.
Yeah, a great qualifying session for Ray Qualy as he works his way into the pits. While we get set to go green, next with our Microsoft class, we're going to take a quick second to get a word from our sponsors.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So welcome back to qualifying here from Houston, Texas, live at SpeedSportz Racing Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We're here at round number 2 of the Spring Roundup. My name is Caleb Yeska, as always, and alongside me here for his honorary debut, Rocco Ruzic, a Houston local. Knows a lot about this track with a lot of laps. As we get set to go with this Microsoft class presented by Kart Racing Solutions. It's Victor Gus Wonderley, Kason Sanders, Kimo Ahmad, Andrew Anastasio, and more here in this one. Let's run you down your field. Wonderley, Ahmad, Anastasio, Blackwood, Stoffel, Westbrook, Wyatt, Sanders, Garza, Vargas, and Flores as one driver goes around there into the entry of turn number 3 as more and more drivers continue to cycle through here in this qualifying session. 6.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session, 30 seconds down already. It's Brody Stoffel who leads us away from Dutch Westbrook there. Stoffel, a Houston local from out of Katy, Texas, and with the Sodi Racing USA team, and Dutch Westbrook with the Bennick racing team. We've seen these two a lot at the SCUSA Winter Series. We saw Dutch Westbrook at the SCUSA Pro Tour a couple of weeks ago. So good to see him back out he's from Dallas, Texas. So good to see him back out at the Texas Sprint Racing Series after an unfortunate end to his race last time out at NOLA Motorsports Park. This time, though, Kimo Ahmad, who was the big winner in Microswift, swept the entire weekend in his GWR Gillard. Sorry, not GWR. Sorry. Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard for that tent. So for the young Egyptian, he was perfect last time out at NOLA Motorsports Park, and looks to repeat here at another hometown track for him, being a Houston local as well. So for the first lap, the warm-up lap, Stoffel went quickest. Ahmad actually now goes quickest. So Ahmad to the point of the field here at the moment. Obviously not relative as it stands, but for him currently leads the timing tables here at the moment. Now, there on your screen is the SLA Racing entry of Marcelo Flores. He's from Monterrey, Mexico, so good to see Marcelo out here. We see him a lot at the SCUSA Pro Tour as well and other national events. So good to see Marcelo out here getting some laps in before the United States Pro Kart Series comes out to Texas in a couple of weeks' time. So good to see Marcelo Flores and the entire SLA Racing team out here this weekend. So let's see what the first actual lap this time through. Let's see what it looks like for these young guns. It's going to be Stoffel first to cross the line with Westbrook behind him. That's Marcelo Flores. A minute for Flores, who goes purple here at the moment. Stoffel down a third. Westbrook to second. Bay Wyatt in fourth here as more and more drivers continue to cross the line. So 2.5 minutes down in this qualifying session with a lot more to go here in this one. So this is really the start, right? Wherever you qualify is where you start every single heat race. I mean, Rocco, you've raced here before. Yep. How hard is it to really, it's not progressive, so you really have to be keep it clean the entire way through.
Yeah, you really got to be careful in your qualifying because if you don't get a good position, you could be pretty messed up for all your heat races. I mean, if you get P10, that means you got to start. P10's not a bad position, but you got 10 people in front of you. I mean, it's much better.
9. If you're starting 10, you got 9 people in front of you.
True. Sorry, can't math. That's why I race go-karts. But, I mean, yeah, if you get on the pole, start pole from every heat, you're at a huge advantage. So qualifying is very, very important, almost more important than Heat 1, Heat 2, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, qualifying is definitely one of the most important, put you at a good spot at every heat race. If you qualify mid-pack or further back, you have to do all that work every single heat race.
A lot of eating tires.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of tire wear, a lot of pushing, and a lot of stress, I guess you could say. As they're on your screen, that's Marcelo Flores, who is currently purple, a 59.823 for Marcelo Flores. Ahmad slots in a second, a 1 minute flat, 0.188 there for Kimo Ahmad. Stoffel, a 1 minute .242. Almost 4/10 off of Marcelo Flores, who currently leads us away. That's Westbrook pushing Stoffel away, and for Anastasio, currently 5th. All in the same second here for the top 5 as Westbrook makes a move on Stoffel there to get ahead, and that's Marcelo Flores. The fastest man on track here at the moment is going to catch up to the likes of the two Texans of Stoffel and Westbrook, who continue to try and pass each other here in this one as they go to turn number 1. Flores goes even quicker that time by a 59.407 for the young Mexican. So for Marcelo Flores, goes purple, and Westbrook 3/10 of a second off of Marcelo Flores as he had to make the pass on Birdie Stoffel. Ahmad only 4th here at the moment, but is going to cross the line as Flores gets a big draft from the Sodi Racing USA machine of Brody Stoffel there. Second in this group on your screen. Westbrook still leads this group. Anastasio just crossed the line, goes up in a 4th for Ahmad, only 5th here, who falls back. Only 4 laps, and I think Ahmad is further back in the field, so he is
coming through turn 7 right now.
Yeah, so turn 7 for Kimo Ahmad here. Yeah, just saw him here through our window. So Ahmad going into turn 7, and he's going to be one of the last drivers to cross the line. So let's see if Ahmad can do anything. He looks to be by himself, so isn't going to have much of a draft here on this one. There goes Flores. Let's see what it looks like for the 3 of them. They continue to push through. None of them can improve. Stoffel goes quicker, though, a 10th quicker, a 59.967. Only a 1,000th of a second off of the last lap of Marcelo Flores and Westbrook. So Stoffel up in a 3rd, still with 5/10 to find if he wants to snag the pole position away from Marcelo Flores here in this one. Down the back straightaway they go, and they continue to cycle through. It's still Flores on provisional pole. Ahmad goes up in a 3rd. Stoffel falls back to 4th. Anastasio up in a 5th. So Ahmad, a 59.936 for the Iron Rock Motorsports entry. Stoffel down to 4th. But Marcelo Flores and his SLA Kart Republic machine still leads us away here, Rocco.
Yeah, and as you said, Kimo just went up to P3, and he's way back there about halfway down the track. I wonder if he's trying to save the best for last.
Yeah, no, for sure. Going to be a last lap dash here. He has a minute to go, but he's going to catch some traffic here. It looks like he was able to get the move done, so Ahmad going to be a throwaway lap here on this one as he had to make a pass. Let's see what it looks like this time by. Flores, Westbrook, and company cross the line. last time by. Westbrook was able to improve, still not better than Flores. Stoffel improved. Ahmad did go faster last time by, so Stoffel back up in a third, Westbrook up in a second. Flores still on provisional pole here. That's Kimo Ahmad crossing the line now. Can he find himself on provisional pole? Cannot. Has no draft. Ahmad all out there on his own, a 59.883, 4/10 of a second off of Marcelo Flores. Has no draft here at the moment, is going to continue to catch traffic as he tries to work his way up the field. So not good enough here for Ahmad, who's continuing to make moves. Let's check back in with the group of Westbrook, Stoffel, and company when they cross the line this time by. Through the last corner they go. This is Westbrook, Stoffel, and Flores. This is the top three here at the moment. This is the checkered flag is out. So it's going to be Flores on provisional pole. Can Westbrook improve? He leads this group. Westbrook crosses the line. Can he improve? He cannot. Stoffel improves, but not good enough to take provisional pole away from Marcelo Flores. Ahmad coming through the last couple of corners into turn 14 now for Kimo Ahmad. Can he improve? Down the back straightaway and into turn number 15. Onto the main straightaway we go for Kimo Ahmad and his Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard. Can he improve? Across the stripe this time by. Improves, but not good enough for Kimo Ahmad. And Marcelo Flores takes the pole here in Micro, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. So Flores on pole position here in Micro Swift. A good qualifying session there by Flores. It's going to be Westbrook starting on the outside in second, Stoffel in third, Ahmad fourth, Anastasio fifth, Wonderlay in sixth, Bay Wyatt seventh, Tyler Blackwood eighth, Kaysen Sanders in ninth, Nayeli Vargas in 10th, and Rodolfo Garza riding up your field here in 11th. So a good qualifying session, but it was all about Marcelo Flores. Ahmad, the one who swept all of round number 1, finds himself in 4th with a lot of work to do. And for Andrew Anastasio as well, found himself in the podium places at the start of round 1. Unfortunately not at the end, but found himself in the podium places. Looks to improve here in this one. 206 Heavy coming up next here. As there's Madison Knox on your screen, getting set to go out ahead of the rest of the field as engines come to life here. The first 206 class out of 3 that we will have here this weekend. Sorry, 4 classes with juniors, heavies, seniors, and our cadets. So Madison Knox here in the Trackside Karting Services GFC. It's going to be the first one to go out on track. This is 206 Heavy presented by TB Kart. It's Lucas Hart. In the 593, Marcus Pilion, Kevin Dickerson, Madison Knox, Zeren Lee, Nick Miller, David Roddy, and Ross Smith. I don't think he's here. Don't think he's going to go out. But it's going to be 7 drivers who contend for the pole position here in this one. David Roddy, a podium for him in his first race. Found himself up there after contacting between Knox and Michaela Bradley. Put him out of contention here. Nick Maverick Miller, another favorite here this weekend. A lot of laps around this place. So the Maverick tries to put it on pole and go supersonic here in qualifying. So let's see what he can do. There on your screen is the Trackside Karting Services GFC of Madison Knox. And it looks like a lot of these guys and girls are going out on their own.
Yeah, not a lot of teaming up.
Yeah, so not a lot of teaming up, and a lot of them going out on their own. Not too much drafting going on. I think the closest group is David Roddy and Nick Miller. So let's see if the Maverick can get some draft from David Roddy ahead. So going to be interesting to see, but everybody out there on their own. So going to be interesting to see what lap times look like around here.
Yeah, they're coming around. I mean, they got one more lap to warm up their tires. This first lap won't really mean anything, but I think, you know, you said these tires are softer. We'll start getting fast laps by next lap by.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, Madison Knox went out first. I mean, I always try to go out first in my qualifying, trying to crush the laps and
maybe get an extra lap even at that.
I don't know. I mean, if I were her, I would also try and, you know, talk somebody into pushing me, though, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very small field, so I get why they're all running singular, but I don't know. You would have a huge advantage being the only 2 pushing on the track right now.
Yeah, no, correct. So whoever's out there, you know, together is Nick Miller and David Roddy, the TB kart, and the Ricardo kart there, who are closest to each other. So currently Knox, who went fastest on our opening lap. So for these drivers, the lap times are going to be into the 104s. That seems like a pretty good lap time for these 206 heavies around here. So for Madison Knox, she's currently fastest and has a big tent, big support from her with Austin Garrison doing data for the Trackside Karting Services team. So a lot of data that you can look at, and from her other drivers are Braden Robertson and Reagan Seville, teammates under the tent there, as well as for David Roddy, who has teammate, Jerry Fandry running that 206 senior class, so he can kind of see the data. Roddy was out here testing last weekend, so he looks to, bring some of the stuff that he learned here this weekend as he gets set to cross the line this time by. What's it like? Knox goes a 105.288 across the line now for Roddy, a 105.983. Only second, Nick Miller, a 106.115. So the Maverick in third, Lucas Hart in fourth, Marcus Pillio in fifth, Zoran Lee in sixth. And I think Kevin Dickerson and Ross Smith aren't here at the moment. So Lee goes a 107.964 for his first lap, down in sixth. So Knox leads us away at 105.288 for the Trackside Karting Services driver here in this one. Continues to go through here for Madison Knox in turn number 11. A little bit of binding there. You see that left wheel go up off the ground, right? Whenever she turns left, that left wheel kind of comes off the ground, jacks up the cart. So let's see what it looks like this time by from Madison Knox. So 105.288 for her. What's it going to look like as she crosses the line up on the steering wheel?
Nice hop, yeah, tuck in.
Crosses the line and a 104.706. A good lap there by Madison Knox. David Roddy still in second. He's set to cross the line now. Can he improve? And he will, but not enough. And the Maverick goes up in a second. So 105.385 for Nick Miller in the 513. So Miller up in a second and slated to start on the front row here in this one. Oh, and just as I say that, Marcus Pillon out of nowhere up in a second. Lucas Hart down in fifth. Zoran Lee crossed the line. Still sixth for the six drivers here. Rocco, why don't you take us through a lap here around SpeedSportz Racing Park? Let's follow along with the GFC Trackside Karting Services of Madison Knox. I mean, you have a lot of laps around here, especially in a 206. Take us through a lap. Take us what to expect through whenever you come out here to qualify in a 206 class.
I'll definitely try my best. So we're coming into the boot right now. This is the last few corners of the track. This is turn 12.
Turn 14.
Yeah. Turn 12 is that little kink right after turn 11. But so we're about to start a lap. Coming through the last corner. Was that turn 15?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So here we go. Down on the S's. I mean, this is all flat out still up until about you come over this curb, and then I guess a little tap of the brakes. Just going to slow it down a little bit and get it on the back straight. Really want to focus on getting that good exit. Tuck in, of course. And then down into now Switchback City. Brake around where the curbing starts. Turn in quite early, I feel. You want to get it pretty tight. I get a tight line. Hey, maybe that's why. That's why I was leading.
All right.
But into the double right-hander we go. It's a fun corner, a little bit more fun. When you have a little bit more speed, I feel like it's pretty flat out in the 206. Turn 11 is the slowest corner on the track, and it's pretty tricky. I used to call it Max's corner, my brother, because he would spin out there all the time. But, yeah, now coming into the boot once again, final sector of the track. I mean, come in pretty hard into here, brake hard. Yeah, pretty textbook right there.
Yeah, I would say the entry into the boot is probably one of the fastest corners. You know, it's flat out, and you really try to keep the cart under you. And as we followed her around for a lap, she actually went purple. So 104.621, that looked like a really good lap by Madison Knox. Exactly what you expect. You know, whenever you go into the S's, you want to be on the curbing, all over that curbing there, and then you exit. The exit of turns number 4 and 5 is really important here to get that run down the back straightaway, right? We're going to see a lot of different in gear. Some people may be gearing a little more to the infield, and some people may be gearing a little more to that back straightaway. That's super long, and one of the biggest passing points around here, right? So as long as you can keep the momentum of the cart up, and that's another big thing about 206, right? It's a very momentum-based race, right?
Yep.
So if you want to be at the front end, if you want to keep the speed up, you really need to keep the momentum in the cart up, because if you make a mistake around here, it's going to be super hard to really catch back up. You're going to lose a handful of time.
Yeah, less power than the K800s isn't necessarily a bad thing. It does teach you other things in racing, because if you make a mistake in 206, you can't really mask it with any sort of power. You're kind of stuck with your, I don't know, 12 horsepower or so.
Yeah.
And, that'd be crazy for a 206 actually. But yeah, and also about turn 4 going on the back straight. I say the back straight starts in turn 4, this right-hander right here, because if you wash out here, you're done for the rest of the straight. I mean, you can't really do anything from there if you're racing somebody and you wash out. But,
I completely get it. Right, so checkered flag comes out this time by, I think Lucas Hart was the first one to get the checkered So for Knox, Pilion, the Maverick in third, and Roddy all, I think, will get another lap here in this one. Lee's going to get the checkered, though. So it's still Madison Knox in the Trackside Karting Services GFC, who is on provisional pole and looks to be in a league of her own here, a 10th quicker than Marcus Pilion in second and Nick Miller in third. Can Knox hold on to that pole position here at the moment? She gets set to go into the boot, into the toe of the boot, I guess you could say, right? Into the toe of the boot here for Madison Knox. Can she improve her lap time? I think it's going to be pole position here for Madison Knox. She crosses the line. Looks like a good lap so far.
It's not over yet,
She
Caleb.
does improve, a 104.446 on provisional pole. More and more drivers are going to cycle through here. The group of David Roddy and Nick Miller cross the line this time by. Can either of them improve? They cannot. The Maverick can go quicker, is going to be in third. Roddy still in fourth. Marcus Pilion crossing the line now. Can he improve? And he can, but not enough. 2/10 off of Madison Knox. So at the moment, it's going to be Madison Knox on pole position here in 206 Heavy, presented by TB Kart. Marcus Pilion in second. Nick Miller third. David Roddy fourth. Lucas Hart fifth. Zeren Lee in sixth. And that's going to be your field here in 206 Heavy. Coming up next is your KA100 senior class presented by CRG Nordum. Two groups set to go out here in qualifying. It looks like either Justin Music, I think, is going to be the first one out, or it could be, I'll tell you this, a lot of similar helmets here in this one.
Yeah.
It's so hard to tell Music and Friesen apart
Yeah.
here because they have a very similar
Kit,
helmet,
yeah.
a very similar suit, and a very similar go-kart. They're both under Arcane Motorsports, and it's hard to tell them apart.
Is that Beckett?
I'm not sure who it is. It's either Music or Friesen, and we'll leave it at that. So he gets that. Oh, that's Beckett Friesen. There you go.
There he
Beckett
is.
seems to be in good spirit. The Canadian getting set to go green. So Beckett, best of luck, Beckett, if you can hear me, in qualifying. He put it on pole last time out at NOLA Motorsports Park. So there's Beckett Friesen. And if I would have guessed, it looked like it was Justin Music for a second, but he pointed at his leg. It's Beckett Friesen. So best of luck to you, Beckett, as you get set to go out for qualifying. Hopefully, he looks to repeat what he did out at NOLA. Behind him is the Cruise Racing Development driver of Ibrahim Din and more. So we're going to find out who's in this first group. Beckett Friesen is going to lead us away. We saw him put it on the pole position last time out at NOLA Motorsports Park. So can Beckett Friesen do the same here this weekend as we get set to go green in KA100 senior qualifying. We get the go-ahead, and a lot of drivers working their way out here. It's going to be a very, very action-packed qualifying session. Sebastian Trejo in there, Braden Robertson in this group as well. If I'm not mistaken, I think Xander Clements in this group with Jake Faulkner as well. So a lot of drivers working their way out of the pits. Cohen Summers out there. So a big, big group of qualifiers here in this one. Rudolph and Stanfield, I believe, are in the second group. If Rudolph isn't already out there on the racetrack, we'll find out when they cross the stripe. I think Rudolph is out on the racetrack at the moment. So Rudolph leads this third group, I should say, here in qualifying. Track position is going to be critical for these drivers here as Rudolph down the back straightaway now slows down a little bit as Clements in this group, as well as Faulkner, as well as Cohen Summers and Joey Friend. 3 CRGs here, 2 TB karts, and a lot of action set to get going here. Clements is gonna slot right behind Aiden Rudolph. So 25 drivers out on the racetrack here at the moment. Rudolph's gonna lead this second group here with Joey Friend as they get going now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. out on the racetrack as well, with Truly Adams in there as well. They cross the line. Ibrahim Din currently fastest as Vasquez now goes up into 6th, and a lot of drivers still out here in this one. It's 2 groups, like I said. Alex Pope now goes purple at 58.749. The group of Rudolph, Clements, Friend, Faulkner, and Summers all out there on the racetrack here at the moment. So almost 3 groups out here on the racetrack here at the moment, as there is Vasquez Jr. and Truly Adams, who are together here on the racetrack as they go through that complex. That's Drew Chappell and company there behind him. So a minute and 40 seconds down, and a lot more to go here in this qualifying session. It's anybody's game. Rudolph, one of the favorites, being his hometown track. As they continue to work through, we're going to try and do our best to jump around these 2 groups out here in this qualifying session. It's 3 CRGs further back in the field, And at the moment, we're going to keep up with the California kid, and that's Drew Chappell there, who was super quick out at NOLA Motorsports Park. Robertson goes to provisional pole at 55.526 for Braden Robertson. Chappell up in a second. Truly Adams in third. The California kid in fourth. Ian Howell fifth. Friesen sixth. Sebastian Trejo seventh. Let's see what it looks like this time by for Aiden Rudolph, who goes purple. A 55.466 for Aiden Rudolph. Where do the rest find themselves? He's currently with Joey Friend and company, who haven't been able to work their way up. So Joey Friend 7th here at the moment in this group. Cohen Summers 8th for the 2 CRGs. This is the group of Braden Robertson and Ibrahim Din there. So Robertson was one of the first drivers out there on the racetrack. Friesen started back in a 4th. He was the first driver out on the racetrack. So what does it look like this time by for Braden Robertson when he crosses the line? It's still the 979 CRG Nordum of Aiden Rudolph, the hometown kid, on pole position. Robertson crosses the line this time by. What does it look like? Not enough. Vasquez goes to the pole. Drew Chappell goes back to the pole position. A 54.772 for Drew Chappell. Vasquez down to third. Michael Leavitt to second. The group of Rudolph and company crossing the line this time by. No toe for Aiden Rudolph. Can he go quicker? Does improve. Up in a second for Aiden Rudolph. A 54.858 for Rudolph. Leavitt in third. Vasquez up in a fourth. Friend up in a fifth. Adams in sixth. Summers 7th. Trejo up in ninth. Robertson falls all the way back to 12th here in this one. So not the best qualifying so far for Braden Robertson in his with a lot of experience in this K100 senior class. On screen now, that's Drew Chappell catching up to some traffic. That's Beckett Friesen, Ibrahim Din, Truly Adams in the mix there as well in the factory cart. So for Drew Chappell and company. Drew Chappell currently on provisional pole here in that Kart Republic.
He got held up a little bit right there.
Seems like he got held up there on the exit of turn number 15. What does it look like for Chappell this time by across the line? Can't improve as of yet. Chappell still holds on to the provisional pole. It's Rudolph and company still in second here. Cruz slides up in a fifth here. Oh, and is that
Keno? That's Cadena.
I think that's Cadena who's off the racetrack there. Friend goes up. Xander Clements up in a P4. Wow. A 54.860 for Xander Clements up in a P4. Faulkner in the TB cart up in a fifth. So it seems like the TB cart's coming alive here later on in the session. Rudolph went to the provisional pole last time by. A 54.679 for Aiden Rudolph and his CRG. That's Sebastian Trejo, who goes around there on the exit of turn number 6. There's Aiden Rudolph on provisional pole here for the CRG Nordum team. Can Aiden Rudolph keep it on the pole here in this one? Leads the field. Teammate, CRG teammate behind him of Joey Friend, the MSO Racing entry there for Joey Friend. His first weekend back with the CRGs. Looks to put it back. There you see Rudolph tucking, trying to get as much out of the go-kart as he can here in this one. Can Rudolph keep the provisional pole position? With 5 minutes down, he's going to have about 3 laps to go when he crosses the stripe. Aiden Rudolph goes quicker. A 54.671 for Rudolph. Xander Clements up in a P2. A 54.762 for Clements. Chappell falls back to third. Friend in fourth. Michael Leavitt fifth. Jesus Vasquez Jr. not able to improve. Still down in sixth. Faulkner in 7th. Robertson down in 8th. Adams in 9th. Cohen Summers 10th. Cruz outside of the top 10 here in 11th. You can't forget, we have 2 groups here as Rudolph catches up to Alfred Alvarez del Castillo. This is going to be a burner lap for Aiden Rudolph, who looks to find track position here. This is Cohen Summers and Xander Clements pushing each other along. Clements up in a second here at the moment. Can he take away the pole position from Aiden Rudolph? A 10th off at the moment for Xander Clements. What is it going to look like this time by when he crosses the stripe? Rudolph finally gets past Alfred Alvarez del Castillo. For Clements, can he go better than the likes of Aiden Rudolph here at the moment? Chappell was able to go up in a second. Vasquez up in a third. Clements crossing the line this time by. What does it look like? Not able to improve. A little bit off, but still in fourth for Xander Clements. You can't forget there's another group of another 25 drivers set to come out and qualify here. The likes of Peyton Phillips, Alex Stanfield, and more in this second group. This is only the first group of qualifying. It's Aiden Rudolph here. Found himself in the first group and tries to put it on pole position here. Was able to get past Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, and I think he's going to be off the racetrack. Aiden Rudolph, a 54.671 is going to be all she wrote here for Aiden Rudolph. Clements and company had to get past Alfred Alvarez del Castillo this time by. Will they get the checkered? 30 seconds, 20 seconds to go. Vasquez crosses the line. Does he go quicker? He does not improve. Chappell doesn't improve either, but goes quicker than he has all weekend long. A 54.710 for Chappell. Cruz crosses the line this time by. No toe for Cruz. Not able to improve. This time for Clements, who's getting set to cross the line. What does it look like? Not able to improve either. Looks like that's going to be almost it. The last lap for these KA100 seniors. Checkered flag is out for Sebastian Trejo, who gets the checkered flag. It's still Rudolph on goes fastest in this first group. Clements in fourth, Vasquez in third, Chappell second, Friend in fifth. There's Friesen, not the best qualifying for him so far in this one. Finds himself in ninth and probably expecting better of himself. And a lot of drivers slowing down here as they go into turn number 11. Are they going to come into the pits? No. This is the last lap for Friesen and company. Can Friesen snag the pole position away from Aiden Rudolph as he gets set to cross the line, this time by Beckett Friesen? Is he going to be able to improve? It doesn't look like it. Friesen doesn't improve. And Aiden Rudolph holds on to it here in this first group. But Stanfield, Phillips, and a lot of dogs getting set to come out here in the second group.
A lot of fast drivers.
A lot of fast drivers getting set to come out. So the 979 of Aiden Rudolph with a 54.671 being the time to beat for the second group. Alex Stanfield, a champion here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series before, and the reigning champion of Peyton Phillips are getting set to come out for this second group of qualifying here as they look to improve and go better than the hometown kid who's fighting in his backyard here almost, Aiden Rudolph in the 979. They look to take the pole position away there from Aiden Rudolph. Drew Chappell was in second, Vasquez Jr. in third, Xander Clements fourth, Joey Friend fifth, Michael Leavitt sixth, Jake Faulkner in seventh, Braden Robertson in eighth, Beckett Friesen ninth, Truly Adams 10th, Cohen Summers 11th, Adrian Cruz, Ian Howell 12th and 13th respectfully, Mac Parks and Valen Vakentesh in 14th and 15th here. So a big qualifying session as Vinny Mascalis gets set to go out, as well as Brooke Berry as she makes her return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And a lot of hungry drivers who want to take the pole position here in what's a packed field here in this KA100 senior class. There is an LCQ for these guys, so they are going to want to stay away from that here this weekend, because that could send you packing early on Sunday whenever it comes to it. Here you see Vinny Mascalis, who's going to lead us off here in this qualifying session. We saw him at the SCUSA Pro Tour, ended just outside of the top 10. In the top 10 and outside of the top 10 Saturday and Sunday respectively. So a lot of TB cards getting set to come out here in this one. Alex Stanfield there in the background. Vinny Mascalis is going to lead us away here, though, in this one. It's David Bratton, Dallas Dunlap, Charles Robke, Preston Pico, Taylor Roddy, Vinny Mascalis, Max Altman, Jake French getting set to come out as well. Sawyer Roussel, Justin Music, Good, Guillot, Columbus, Stanfield, Barry, Knight, Del Castillo, Ruben Asensio, Skinner, Davis, Lamping, Renfro, McCarthy, and Peyton Phillips. 24 drivers slated to come out of the pits this time out. So what is it going to look like whenever we get to the end of the 7 minutes? And can anybody beat the time of Aiden Rudolph at 54.671, the time to beat here as all these drivers cross the line. There's Taylor Roddy, who comes out. Sawyer Roussel, second in line to Vinny Mascalis. That's Justin Music in fourth. What is it going to be whenever we get down to crunch time? It's currently Aiden Rudolph on provisional pole of 54.671 as these drivers down the back straightaway and try and warm up their tires. So more and more drivers out. J.D. Lamping in this mix as well. Brooke Berry and Phillips come out together. Stanfield out there on the racetrack as well. So it's going to be a big action-packed qualifying session here in this K100 senior class.
Yeah, still getting ready to warm up these tires. I mean, you see Vinny working that front end really hard. You know, you can see his hands on this lap. He's probably trying to get heat in those tires much earlier so he can push right off the bat. He has a huge gap from 2 and behind right now. I mean, you think he?
I mean, it's he seems to be out there on himself, by himself. I mean, Rudolph set that lap on his own. So if any of these guys can get in the draft, the likes of Stanfield and Phillips, if they decide to work together,
if they're together, they're going to be fast.
Then they will be fast, pushing each other along. It seems like Phillips is with Barry here at the moment. So Mascalis crosses the line. Landon Skinner, the rookie, also out there on the racetrack. Castillo, sorry, I was mistaken. That was another Kart Racing Solutions driver who was out there on the racetrack earlier. Castillo just made his way out into the racetrack. Diego Guillot out on the racetrack as well. So a lot of big names here in this qualifying session for KA100 Senior. The time to beat again is a 54.671 put down by Aiden Rudolph, who had no toe, no push in his fast lap. So he did it by himself. So let's see what these guys can do on their own. This is Sawyer Roussel, an unfortunate end to his first I guess you could say, rookie KA100 senior race last time out after contact. We've seen a couple of drivers at NOLA put him out of contention for the race win or podium place. So unfortunate there for him as he gets set to cross the line. Maskelis leads us away on his own here. What does it look like for Vinny Maskelis? A 55.540 for Vinny. Roussel up in a second, and Alex Stanfield up into provisional pole here for the second group. Not quicker than Aiden Rudolph as of yet. A 55.330 for Alex Stanfield, who currently sits on, I guess you could say, the pole here for this second group. They have to beat a 54.671. There goes Skinner making a move on a driver there. So Skinner, this is going to be not the quickest lap for him. Stanfield making a move as well. So let's see what they can do in this lap. The TB card of Stanfield, they seem to have good track position because Skinner also has a lot of laps around this place, and he's going to know how to race here and know how to push with other drivers. I mean, the rookie's been quick. The reigning junior champion was quick first round, and he looks to repeat here this time at SpeedSportz Racing Park. So let's see what it looks like this time by. Maskelis crosses the line first. Can he go quicker? Not enough. He does, so a 54.973, 3/10 off of Aiden Rudolph here at the moment. Stanfield down in a second. Pico up in a third. Skinner fourth. Roddy fifth. French sixth. Phillips seventh. Guillot eighth. Dunlap ninth. Roussel 10th here in this one. And only the top 10 were able to go. Music finds himself outside of the top 10. Lamping as well. Brooke Berry finds herself outside of the top 10 here. So a lot of work for these drivers if they want to beat the time of Aiden Rudolph. It seems like Skinner and Stanfield changed positions. So let's see what it looks like for Stanfield and Skinner this time by. They had to swap positions, so I'm going to be interested to see what it looks like for Stanfield and Skinner, as Skinner is in drafting range of Roussel ahead of him. Let's see if he looks to get ahead as they go into the boot, into the toe of the boot now for Alex Stanfield and Skinner. Can they improve and snag away that pole position from Aiden Rudolph here at the moment? They cross the line. Not enough for Alex Stanfield. A 10th off of Aiden Rudolph here at the moment. Stanfield goes up into the first spot in the second group, a 54.750 for Stanfield. French up in a second, a 54.844 for the factory Kart Jake French racing driver. Maskelis down a third. Skinner only fourth fastest here in the second group. Pico to fifth. Phillips sixth. Roddy seventh. Guillot eighth. Music ninth. And Dallas Dunlap in 10th. So a good qualifying session so far. It looks to be for Aiden Rudolph. Stanfield continuing to work his way up. He had to make the move on Sawyer Roussel. So let's hope that Stanfield has enough tires left in this one to really set another lap time in. He's coming in to set his fifth lap this time. He's on his fifth lap, continuing to push forward with almost 5 minutes down. 2 minutes to go left in this qualifying session for Alex Stanfield and Landon Skinner, who looked to snag away that pole position from Aiden Rudolph. Wasn't able to improve that time by for Stanfield. French, can he go quicker? He doesn't. So at the moment, it's looking good for Aiden Rudolph. 2 minutes left in this qualifying session. Alex Stanfield has to set his fastest lap here in this lap. Skinner with a big toe down the back straightaway and into turn number 6 we go. Can Skinner snag the pole position away from Aiden Rudolph here? It's Stanfield and Skinner who seem to be the quickest in this group here at the moment. Jake French as well, but he wasn't able to improve last time by. Alex Stanfield still leads Skinner. Can they go quicker than Aiden Rudolph? And Stanfield's TB teammate of Xander Clements, who was quick as well, putting it into the top 4 in his qualifying session. Skinner's going to go through, so this is going to be a good lap for Landon Skinner. Can he go through? Stanfield's going to get the toe this time, though. What does it look like for Landon Skinner when he crosses the line? Can he snag that pole position away from Aiden Rudolph? He crosses the line this time by. What does it look like? Not enough for Landon Skinner, a 54.802. He's 2 seconds slower than Aiden Rudolph here at the moment. Got a big draft, got a big toe, but wasn't enough for Landon Skinner. Now it's going to be Alex Stanfield's turn. Can he improve on this lap? Alex Stanfield currently sits with a 55.630 last time by, a 54.750 for Alex Stanfield. Can Stanfield beat his friend of Aiden Rudolph to the pole position here in this one? Stanfield making up a lot of time to Landon Skinner with a lot of draft. Is he going to get caught up here in turn number 11? Seems like just a little bit. Will Landon Skinner move to the side to let Stanfield get through, or is he going to want to set his lap and finish his lap here? Stanfield's catching a lot here. Into the boot we go. What does it look like for Alex Stanfield? It looks good in what could be his second to last lap with 20 seconds to go in this qualifying session. Alex Stanfield crosses the line. Does he go quicker? He doesn't. 2/10 of a second slower than Aiden Rudolph here at the moment. Stanfield not able to improve as of yet. It's still Aiden Rudolph on the pole position here in KA100 Senior, presented by CRG Nordum.
Yeah, Landon Skinner and Alex Stanfield still working together. He's going to go down the inside of Switchback City. Let's see if there's any switchbacks. I don't think so. They're going to work together. I don't think they'll have another lap, though. Do we have enough time? I think
they have it. So this is their last lap here, but
you think
Stanfield had to make the move. Can he go quicker, though? He was held up a little bit by Landon Skinner, but what is it? This is it. This is going to be it for qualifying. Alex Stanfield is the only one who seems like he's been improving. Phillips not able to go any quicker. Currently running in the 55s at best for Phillips. What is it going to be like for Alex Stanfield when he crosses the line with Landon Skinner? They cross the line this time by. What is it like for Alex Stanfield? Doesn't improve. It's going to be Aiden Rudolph on pole position here in his backyard. Puts it on pole position for the CRG Nordum team. On pole position, starting on the inside. A 54.671 was the last time they had a beat, and they could not get it done. Alex Stanfield, a 10th slower than the pole sitter of Aiden Rudolph. So it seemed like the first group went a lot quicker than the second group here in KA100 Senior qualifying. So Aiden Rudolph, the hometown kid, on pole position here in KA100 Senior. And like I said before, De Facto Racing, $250 on the line for these KA100 Seniors as we get set to go with more and more action. We are live from Houston, Texas. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. This is round 2 of the Spring Roundup. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
All right, y'all, welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park. Right now on track, we have the 206 Juniors by Seville Electric. I'm going to run through the order real quick of who we have. We have Robert Arana, Chris Tracy, Ava Blim, John Paul McCory, Shane Reddy, Ethan Gonzalez, Jacob Oakes, Samuel Doros, Carter Coate, Grayson Pillion, Mia Johnson, Shelby Ramirez, and Derek Wargo.
Yeah, so Derek Wargo, unfortunately, not able to make it out this weekend here for 206 Junior, if I'm not mistaken. So not sure if he's here or not, but we're going to get set to go. This is the group of Chris Tracy and Robert Arana on your screen at the moment. So let's see what the two of them can do here in this qualifying session. We've seen the two trackside karting services drivers work together a lot this year, so let's hope that they can, work together and put it on the pole position. But there is a whole lot of hometown kids, a lot of locals here who have a lot of laps around this racetrack and want to contend here. For John Paul McCurry is one of those hometown kids in the Burrell Art Machine, the Santa Ana Racing entry. He looks to improve here and try and contend with some of the big guns here in Texas. He currently finds himself in third after that first lap that they set. So that was the first fast lap that they had, a 103.773 for Arana, Tracy a 103.835, and for McCurry a 104.876.
It's their first fast lap, right? They already upped the pace.
Yeah, so they did the warm-up lap, and now they did the second lap and already up in a pace. That's McCurry and Ramirez, who seems to be struggling a little bit here for grip. A lot of stalling at the steering wheel there for Ramirez, who looks back and has a lot of hungry dogs behind her. It's John Paul McCurry and Ava Blem there in the Kart Republic. So a lot of drivers cycling their way through. But the likes of Arana and Tracy, the two teammates, are working together and pushing their way further and further up the field. What does it look like this time for Arana, who's currently purple? Set to cross the line now, and will he improve? And he does, but Tracy goes purple. Tracy currently the one doing the pushing. A 103 flat for Tracy. Arana, a 103 flat as well. Only 100th of a second off of Chris Tracy. Shane Reddy up in a third. Ava Blem fourth. John Paul McCurry fifth. Shelby Ramirez down in seventh. Grayson Pillion eighth. Samuel Doros in ninth. Carter Coate in 10th. Mia Johnson 11th. Jacob Oakes in 12th. And yeah, Derek Wargo, unfortunately not here this weekend in 206 Junior presented by Civil Electric.
That would have been another fast cat to be on track right now if you were here.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
Yeah, so a shame, like I said, over racing the WKA road racing as he was in points after Daytona Kart Week for a national title. So good to see Derek Wargo out there and switching it up a little bit. Not just sprint racing, but some road racing out there. So this second group here, led by John Paul McCurry in the white helmet, Burrell Art Machine. And second is Shelby Ramirez, the TB Kart Value Truck Racing entry, and Ava Blem in the Kart Republic there right behind them. The three of them working together and pushing their way forward. And there goes Blem for a move on Ramirez. That feels like she was faster than fellow driver Shelby Ramirez, so she's going to go ahead. And what does it look like this time by for John Paul McCurry, who currently has no push from behind, and Arana into the 102s, a 102.885 for Arana, Tracy a 102.896. So not bad so far. Is that issues for a driver further back? That's not Blem, but a driver further back has raised their hand up in the air. That's issues. Is that the Intrepid? The Intrepid with issues. Not sure we can get the number. That's a 369. So the 369 here with issues early on. Ethan Gonzalez with issues here in this qualifying session, and that's going to put him out of contention here for the pole position. Where did he find himself? Ethan Gonzalez found himself in 6th, so unfortunate there for Ethan Gonzalez as that Intrepid machine seems to be some sort of issue here in qualifying. So that's not what he would have wanted to see here in this qualifying session, so unfortunate there by Ethan Gonzalez, who pulls away on the main straightaway. So Arana from Tracy, who are currently 2 seconds quicker than Reddy, Blem, and McCurry behind. Tracy a 102.720. Arana 0.06 of a second slower. What does it look like this time by for Blem and company? McCurry improves. Blem improves as well. Not enough, though. Still 0.8 of a second slower than Arana and Tracy ahead. So Blem in 3rd, McCurry 6th, Ramirez 5th, Reddy in 4th here at the moment.
Yeah, Blem is doing pretty fast right now. She's about to start pushing down on McCurry there. Probably, I wonder if she's going to work together or try to go around. I mean, was she the one who ran on Ramirez a lap before?
So she made the move on Shelby Ramirez 2 laps before. But we also saw, last weekend at the club race, you remember you were out here, Ava Blem and McCurry were actually fighting for the lead here at the club race. And, they know each other a little bit, so now they're pushing each other. And it seems like they're working together here in this one. They decided to opt for track position. They went out together, so it seems to be working out in their favor. But I want to take a look at Shelby Ramirez's hands here early on. She seems to be very busy on that steering wheel there down the back straight. You see her just kind of correcting the steering wheel when she goes into the corner, throws it in once, corrects again, and then tries to throw it back in. So I'm not sure if she's struggling to get used to the TB cart here early on, but she seems to be very busy at the steering wheel here early on in this race. Or qualifying, sorry.
I don't know. When I drove, I did a few. I mean, I called them micro corrections. I'm not too sure if that's what she's doing, but you could be fast with moving hands.
Correct.
You know, I mean, it just depends on the setup. But seems that she's not really able to be up and suck up to the back of who is that, McCory there?
Correct. Yeah. So the checkered flag comes out this time by. So it's the last lap for everybody out on track. It's still Chris Tracy, who leads us from his teammate, who are very close. Arena only 2/10 off of the provisional pole lap time of Chris Tracy, who leads Arena away. What does it look like this time by for the two Trackside Karting Services drivers? Through the boot they go. Down the checkered flag. What is it going to look like for Tracy and Arena when they cross through? They are coming in a screen now. There they go. Arena looks to make a move. Can he go quicker? He cannot. So Chris Tracy on provisional pole here as Blem and company get set to cross the line this time by. The checkered flag is out. None of them could improve, but Mel Curry up into the top 4. Reddy only 5th. Ramirez down in 6th. But Chris Tracy on pole position here in 206 Junior. Presented by Seville Electric. Arena 2nd, Blem 3rd, Mulcurry 4th, Reddy in 5th, Ramirez 6th, Gonzalez 7th, Doros in 8th, Carter Coate crosses the line now in 9th, Grayson Pilion in 10th, Jacob Oakes 11th, Mia Johnson 12th, Derek Wargo crossing, Derek Wargo not here but still on the timing screen there. Sorry about that. But that was 206 Junior presented by Seville Electric. So it's Chris Tracy on pole position here, Rocco.
1 and 2 separated by only 6,000ths of a second. That's pretty close.
Correct.
I mean, they were pushing together, though, weren't they?
Yeah, so the two teammates working together here in this race.
It's going to be a tight race.
Yeah, so it's going to be super tight here in this one. So it's going to be interesting whenever we get going here later today for the racing action. Qualifying is usually it's intense, but whenever you get to the racing, it's a whole different beast. I mean, we've seen a lot of these guys. Heat 1 is usually pretty crazy. Heat 2 and 3 usually calm down a little more because people try and get a good track position, a good starting spot for the main event. Because wherever you finish each of your 3 heat races, the total of points, the total of average is where you start in the main event. So it's going to be important, to keep it clean in heat number 2 and 3 later today and going into tomorrow. So coming up next is your K8 100 Masters class. I believe we don't have any, we do have one pickup. So while we take advantage of that, let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
All right, y'all, welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park. My name is Rocco Ruzic. This is the K100 Master class by High Five Performance. They just got out. They're still warming up their tires. They got about, I'd say, full lap to go until they start pushing. You don't have to ticker up yet. I'll just go through the running order. We got Anthony Harwin, Nicholas Bergstein, Scott Cherry, Brent Harper, David Bergand, Jur Gasper, Shane Burkett, Doug Foxworth, Pierce Baldus, Kyle Walther, Brandon Strayer, Tam Nguyen, Neil Faulkner, John Melfi, Miguel Mir, Colgan Wright. The ticker just went in. All right, so right now, I guess Brent Harper is the fastest so far. He must be up in front, the 488. Behind him, I'm not too sure. Into turn 6 they go. Down into turn 7, into the double right-hander. So basically one more lap to go until we start seeing the fast times come out and see who's really on top. Into turn 11. Brent Harper is about to come around and post our first lap of K Master. So far it's Shane Burkett with oh, that's not right. Everybody's fast. Fast lap of a 57.471 from Shane Burkett. In P2, that is David Pergand with a 57.533, and Kogan Wright, P3, with a 57.624. David is right behind Burkett. It may be working together. I wonder if he's going to try and go around or just get the draft. Miguel Mir goes pole, and Calgaro goes P2. Shane Burkett demoted down to P3.
So Burkett falls back to third here. Miguel Mir, your reigning champion, up into the provisional pole position of 57.166 for Miguel Mir so far. That's Miguel Mir there on your screen, and a little bit of a retro suit there for Miguel Mir in the crosslink suit there. Won a lot of championships in that, the 7-time champion here. Miguel Mir looks to improve, but he falls all the way back to 6 as Pierce Baldus goes to provisional pole of 56.342 there for Baldus. Walter in second, Burkett up into third, Pergande to fourth, Foxworth in fifth, Miguel Mir sixth, Drew Gasper in seventh, Brent Harper in eighth, Kogan Wright ninth, Adamar Caligaro 10th, Tam Nguyen in 11th, Evan Kozak 12th, Neil Faulkner 13th, Brandon Strayer in 14th, John Melfi in 15th, Janae Din 16th, Keithan Hutchins in 17th, Anthony Harwin 18th, Nicholas Bergstein in 19th, and I'm actually not sure if Harwin, Bergstein, or Cherry are here this weekend, so unfortunate there. But Miguel Mir on provisional pole now at 56.268 for Miguel Mir. A lot of experience here in the K100 Masters class. I mean, 7-time Texas Sprint Racing Series champion for Miguel Mir. That says it all there for the seasoned veteran that Miguel Mir is. Had a lot of time with the Crosslink team a couple of years ago, and then when that team ended, worked his way over to Cruise Racing Development, also a Dallas-based team for Miguel Mir. We see him at the Supernats every single year. He's always fighting in the top 10, even for podium places, and we see him a whole lot here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. That's across the line now. I think that was Caligaro, not able to improve, only a 56.503. Baldus, a 56.170. On provisional pole, Mir down a third. Walter in second here. So a lot of these drivers continuing to cycle through. So let's see what it looks like this time by. Is down the back straightaway for the OTK machine, the 404 of Adamar Caligro. Let's see what it looks like this time by. Set to cross the line. Can improve. Nobody improving as of yet. Miguel Muir crossing the line next at 56.184. Everybody else has a 1 lap more than Miguel Muir. So let's see what it looks like when he crosses the stripe this time by. He is right behind, right ahead of the driver on screen now of Adamar Caligro, who's in 4th here. So Miguel Muir crossing the line this time by. It's going to be his 5th lap. Could be the fastest lap. Can he improve? Miguel Muir, not enough as of yet. Only a 56.504 that time by. So 4/10 off of Pierce Baldus' pole position lap time. So I'm going to be interested to see if these drivers continue to try and push for the pole position lap or just decide to save tires and, bring it into the pits, because that's also tire wear around here, is a bit high. Correct, Rocco?
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy. If you can get out and put your clean laps in and then pull in, that's a good strategy, because you want to prolong the life of these tires. You don't really want to run laps if it's unnecessary. If you're running laps that you won't improve on, I would definitely pull in.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think Miguel Muir has a lot of experience, and I think next time he crosses the line, it's him like, you know what, I think it's best if I just come in. I don't know if I have it. I have it to really try and put it on pole, because, 1 lap pace is one thing, but 10 laps out there on the racetrack is a whole different beast whenever you're racing here. So, every single heat is 5 minutes plus 2 laps. So, that's not much. But whenever you get to tomorrow and to the main events, it's 15 minutes plus 2 laps. So, it's a longer race and a lot of time, that these tires will have on them. So, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do here. So, Pierce Baldus still on provisional pole at 56.170. Kyle Walter in second here at 56.180, a 100th of a second off of Baldus on provisional pole. Foxworth able to improve, not enough. They all cross the line, and they are going to have one more lap. The checkered flag is going to come out, though, and the first driver there to get it is going to be a couple of drivers further back in the field who are going to get it. I think it's John Melfi, Kogan Wright, all going to get the checkered flag here in this one. Miguel Muir going to get the checkered flag as well. Let's see if he can improve on his final lap time and maybe take away the provisional pole position from Pierce Baldus. What does it look like when he crosses the line? Doesn't improve for Miguel Muir, and that was only 2/10 off, but just, it was,
look how tight the top 3 are.
There on the, it's super tense in between the top 3. In the same 10th, just not enough there for Miguel Muir to really get it done in the end. So interesting to see, but Pierce Baldus on provisional pole, Walter 2nd, Muir 3rd, Caligro 4th, Burkett 5th, Foxworth 6th, Kozak in 7th, Perdonde 8th, Harper 9th, and Kogan Wright rounding up your top 10 here in KA100 Master. Oh, wow, Pierce Baldus just crossed the line again and just beat his own personal best lap time at 56.135. I thought that was it. And out of nowhere, Pierce Baldus just lit up the timetables with the 56.135. Crazy to see there as we get set to go with our shifters coming up next. Our shifters now make their way onto the racetrack. This is a shifter by Houston Freightliner Western Star. It's 11 drivers getting set to go green here in this one. Zachary Mabry in the CRG, Luis Mendez, Brett Kelly, Vincent Cassard, the Frenchman out here and looking to repeat his success from the first race as they continue to cycle through. It's going to shuffle my timing screen here up a little bit. Noah's Arse, Jeff Mills, Martin Kelderman, Cameron Reed, Rod Clinard, Martin Marquez, Brett Kelly, Zachary Marby out there as well. So a lot of drivers, 11 drivers, most that we've seen here at the Tuxedo Racing Series this weekend at SpeedSportz Racing Park. So a good turnout so far for round 2 of the spring roundup here at SpeedSportz Racing Park.
Yeah, a lot of shifters. It's pretty awesome to see this amount of shifters out here for any weekend. I mean, a few years back, shifters were basically dead in Texas for a few years. I didn't see them much out here, and then, the moment I stopped karting and doing TSRS, they start showing up and being out here.
And I'll tell you what, one of the drivers that really pushed it was Jordan Musser. So Jordan Musser's out of Dallas, Texas. We saw him at the Super Nationals. He's really pushed like the shifter class here in Texas. They brought it back last year, and he raced. I think ended up even winning here, the PSL driver. Spoke to him. I had the pleasure of sharing the episode of Happy Hour, the 99th episode of Happy Hour with him and Xander and Emery Lida. So talked to him for a little bit. It was good to hear from him. But yeah, Jordan was one of the ones that pushed it in last year raced. This year, unfortunately, I haven't seen him yet this year. So hopefully we'll see him back at the racetrack pretty soon.
Vincent Cressard about to come around and put down his first timed lap, his first lap that was actually, on pace, down through the S's into the first of the double right-handers down on the back straight. What was his time that he posted?
This is 51.734, so a good lap time so far by the CRG Nordum driver. And this is one of the biggest braking zones that he has here, because he's going almost 80 to 90 miles an hour down this back straightaway and has to slow it way down, put it in a second gear, and try and make the turn 6 hairpin and in turn 7. But Cassard seems to be flying here in this one, 3/10 quicker than teammate Rod Clinard in second here. Noah's Arce in third, Mills in fifth, and Cameron Reed in fifth here.
I think it's Zachary Mabry's first weekend, if I'm sure, in shifter. I remember he used to run X30 last time I saw him. On a Friday, I was walking around, saw him on the track, and asked him what he was doing. He told me shifter.
Yeah.
And I was really surprised about that. He's doing pretty good out there. He's 7th right. Oh,
yeah.
P8,
to
P8 now,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
Still.
Yeah, so, Zachary, Houston local as well for him. I think got a Maranello not long ago, and then now this weekend switched over to the CRG team. But he's been running shifter for a little bit, half a year, 6 months maybe, 8 months. So good to see him out here racing as well. We saw him at round 1, here for round 2 as well. So Cassard went even quicker that time by, a 10th quicker than the rest of the field, a 50.881 for the Frenchman. Mendez in second, Zars in fourth, Clinard in fourth for a second.
Wow.
And Zachary Mabry, like you said, into third, a good lap time by him. Noah's Arce fourth, Clinard fifth, Proctor sixth, Cameron Reed seventh. Double duty for her. We talked about this a little bit about Cameron Reed in her and her CRG and her dad out at NOLA. Birthday weekend for Cameron Reed. She ran double duty at NOLA, her home track, in 206 and in shifter. Going from the slowest class to the fastest class, pulling maybe 50 miles an hour to, 40 more later in the day is
two
absolutely
very opposite
insane.
ends of the spectrum.
Very, very opposite ends, right? So this is, insane to see. And you see Derek Proctor there flying down the back straightaway. So good to see Proctor, making up some time here in this qualifying session. He currently finds himself further in fourth, but Luis Mendez, when he crossed the stripe, was quickest overall, 50.661 for Luis Mendez on provisional pole for the number 68 here in this one. That's Noah's Arce on your screen in the number 3. He currently finds himself in third. Vincent Cassard down in a second, 2/10 off of the lap time Luis Mendez was able to set. So that's one of the CRG drivers there crosses the screen. That's Cameron Reed right there. So on her birthday weekend for Cameron Reed, double duty for her. Spoke to her yesterday. She was telling me, you know what, I'm just struggling a little bit this weekend. I've never driven a shifter around this place. I'd only driven a shifter once at NOLA Motorsports Park before I raced there last week. And she's like, it's my home track. It was easy because I knew it. But I think I'll struggle a little bit this weekend. She's seems to be doing all right here at the moment, in the top 10 in 8th here, and continuing to push forward here. And a lot of these drivers, a lot of these other guys that are racing, they're a lot bigger than Cameron is as she goes into the pit. She's a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter than some of these drivers. She reminds me a lot of, I guess you can say, Annie Rule whenever she races, both women in motorsport and muscling around a shifter cart. So it's good to see Cameron out here as a lot of these drivers are going to come into the pits. That's Martin Kellerman, who's still out there on the racetrack. But due to tire strategy, I'm not surprised to see drivers already coming into the pits to try and save a little bit of tires whenever it comes to racing. So 5.5 minutes down, and for Martin Kelderman and company who are still out there on the racetrack, that's the number 2 of Brett Kelly in the CRG Nordum CRG. A white livery for Brett Kelly, who's out there on the racetrack, crosses the line this time by. What's it like for Kelly? Can improve, finds himself in 9th. Kelderman can't improve either in 10th. And I'm not sure Marquez. So Kelly, Kelderman, and Marquez still out there on the racetrack. And for these guys, I mean, it's going to be about tire wear at this point, right? When we get to the weekend, who's going to have the best tires going into the final? There is, I'm pretty sure that's Kelly who continues to push, or is going to bring it into the pits here. So I think it's going to be into the pits for Kelly, or is he still pushing? So Kelly's still pushing, as well as another CRG behind him. So that's not going to help their tires out as they try and continue to set lap times in Rocco.
Yeah, when they first pulled in, I thought it was already the checkered for a second, but yeah, Louis Mendez still on provisional pole. I don't know if anybody's out there that can still contest with the pole, but they are still definitely cranking down some laps. I mean, it doesn't hurt to get some seat time, but they definitely are hurting those tires right now. If they're not improving that much, I would think they should pull in. I mean, strategy-wise, but for seat time, I see why they would stay out.
Yeah, so it seems like they're finally calling it quits here in this qualifying session.
Might see some practice starts here in a second.
Yeah, I'd be surprised because practice starts put a lot of wear on the tires, so I doubt they're gonna do practice starts here in this qualifying session. So that was Zachary Mabry out there on the racetrack alongside Brett Kelly. So the 2 CRG Nordums coming into the pits with another driver. I think that's Martin Marquez who's coming into the pits as well. So I wouldn't. I don't think they're doing practice starts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Puts a lot of wear. It's okay. Puts a lot of wear on their tires. So.
I mean, they're doing the warm up, but that's a different set of tires.
Yeah, that's a whole different story, right? As engines come to life here for our 206 Cadet. But this was Shifter presented by Houston Freightliner Star. Coming up next is your 206 Cadet, where we see a lot of drivers do the double here this weekend. Tanner Barsh, Aston Wyatt, and more get set to do the double here in this race. So it's going to be interesting to see which one of these drivers can beat the other and try and put it further up the field. So that was a Shifter. The 3 classes coming up next are 206 Cadet, KA100 Junior, and 206 Senior, the second of our 2 headline classes. So coming out first is one of the SLAs. That's a 232 we'll get a name here on that one shortly. But that's a 232. And as we get set to go green here for these 206 Cadets. So got it pulled up here now. So that was they're getting set to come out first. That's a 232 of Simon Klein, the SLA Racing 206 Cadet entry. Let's run you through your field here. It's Micah Masada in the 277, Tyler Morwick in the 275, Benson Hale in the 267, Marshall Steves in the 265, Tanner Barsh in the 251, Dutch Westbrook in the 233, Simon Klein getting set to go out first in the 232, Rhett Johnson in the 230, Tyler Blackwood in the 228, White in the 224, Jensen Willander in the 222, Aston Wyatt, the reigning champ, in the 221, Theodore Mitchell in the 220, Drew Blem in the 215, Rodolfo Garza in 212, Dean Guerrier in 211, Benjamin Osborne in 208, Yumarangelis Vargas in the 207, and Mace Lejsek in the 201. So a lot of drivers here in the field as we get set to go green for these 206 Cadets presented by Rimrock Raceway.
Here they go, out for their warm-up lap, and then they'll start cranking down some laps.
Yeah.
Who's out?
So Tanner Barsh is out there with Dutch Westbrook as well. Dutch Westbrook seemed like a change of suit and kart for Dutch Westbrook. Was with the Bennick in his Micro Swift kart, and then switched over suits and switched over karts for the 206 Cadet qualifying session. Same helmet though, Captain America livery there for young Dutch Westbrook, as Tanner Barsh is right behind him, and Drew Blem as well in there in the Nitro kart. Not too far off of these two. So Simon Klein there leading us away in this qualifying session. 30 seconds down, 6.5 to go in this qualifying session.
Simon Klein seems to be struggling warming up his tires a little bit. I see that Westbrook is trying to get underneath them with Barsh and try to just, get out ahead and push and try to get their fastest lap.
Yeah.
Here he goes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is track position is really critical, right, in this 206 class, because you can't waste too much time. It's not like the KA class where if you make a move, it may even end up helping you. But here, it's really just unfortunately hurting them. It seems like they've kind of settled down a little bit. Tanner Barsh still wants to get ahead of Simon Klein, and it seems like he will. So Klein going to have to push Barsh here and try and work together to set in some lap time. So Drew Blem currently in that 4th spot here on your screen. They continue to push forward. So the first lap around SpeedSportz Racing Park. Let's take you through into the back straightaway as they go into Switchback City here in turn 6 and 7. Tanner Barsh there pushing Dutch Westbrook along. They continue to work together, and he's gonna pass. So one of the biggest passing zones like we see. I would say one of the easiest, but again, nothing's easy when it comes to karting. Passing isn't the easiest, especially in the 206 classes, which is why we see them work in a train together.
You could definitely make it easy if you prepare for it on turn 4 and 5. I mean, if you can just get in the draft, that's all it really is. If you're a little bit far behind, all you can do is really just keep up. It's really hard to get the draft to work for you on that back straight.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, I think Aston Wyatt is out there on his own and just at the fastest warm-up time. So he is out there on his own. There's Aston Wyatt with trackside karting services for 206 here, and then with the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy for Micro Swift. So there is Aston Wyatt going through into the boot now for Aston Wyatt, all out there on his own. What does it look like? Tanner Barsh went quickest, a 103.632 for Tanner Barsh. Not enough here. Simon Klein in second. Let's see what it looks like for Aston Wyatt when he crosses the line and goes quickest. A 103.070. Wow, Aston Wyatt absolutely flying 0.6 of a second quicker than Tanner, the Texas Hammer Barsh.
By himself.
Yeah.
By himself.
And on his own. I mean, I spoke to him and his dad yesterday, and they were telling me that they had engine issues, all weekend long in the 206 class.
Who, Aston or
at
Barsh?
NOLA. I think it was Aston. We have a big parking lot there, and the exit of turn number 6. The yellow flag is out. No red flag as of now, but big contact in between a couple of drivers there. Not sure who all has been involved, but we will find out here shortly whenever they cross the stripe. 2 laps down, and a lot of drivers collected there on the exit of turn number 6 in Switchback City. Tanner Barsh goes quicker, though, a 103.025 for the Tanner, the Texas Hammer, who goes up in a provisional pole. Aston Wyatt second, not able to improve. Klein up in a third. Westbrook up to first. Blem up to 5th, and there you see a lot of those drivers as they try and get going here. Not sure of all the drivers who were involved. We will try and find out as soon as we can. Everybody seems to be okay and moving. That's Rodolfo Garza in there who seem to have been involved. But everybody seems to be okay and moving, which is why we don't have the red flag. So everybody is okay, which is good to see here in this qualifying session.
Yep, Aston Wyatt answered back to the Texas Hammer and goes provisional pole. Simon Klein in P3 and Westbrook in P4. Westbrook and
Blem, they're working together there as Simon Klein pushing Westbrook here at the moment. Drew Blem right behind them, getting a good draft here into the toe of the boot. Can they improve and knock Aston Wyatt off the provisional pole position? Tanner crosses the line first. Can he improve? He does. Not enough to go better than Aston Wyatt. Half a second off of Aston Wyatt here at the moment. And it seems like he's found a lot of pace. It is his home track, so is going really quick around here in his Burrell Art machine for Aston Wyatt. Tanner Barsh as well, another Burrell driver, not able to go quicker. Neither can Dutch Westbrook, and there goes Aston Wyatt again, crosses the line and goes even quicker than he did before. A 102.161 for Aston Wyatt, almost a second clear of the rest of the field. So Tanner Barsh still in second. Last time I don't know, we saw Tanner Barsh gap the entire field, and this time it could be Aston Wyatt, who seems to have a lot of pace here in this qualifying session. Into turn number 6 he goes. There's Aston Wyatt on your screen, going through the parking lot of karts there on the exit. Aston Wyatt is absolutely flying here in this one. He was quick in the mini Swift class all weekend long, and he looks to be quick here. He tucks the head down under the steering wheel, looks to go quicker. 5.5 minutes down, and a minute and a half to go left in this qualifying session. Can Aston Wyatt snag the pole position here in this one?
He's got a lap in front of him.
He has some traffic ahead of him. He's looking to get through. But Aston Wyatt currently on provisional pole, and it may end up helping him out. He is going to get a little bit of a draft here. Can Aston Wyatt go even quicker than he did before? Moves a little bit, and he does. A 102.122 for Aston Wyatt, almost solidifying his pole position here. Tanner Barsh, 0.7 of a second slower than Wyatt at the moment. More and more drivers continue to cycle through, but nobody has been able to contend with the lap times that Aston Wyatt is putting down here at the moment and continuing to make up spots down the back straightaway. Aston Wyatt absolutely flying as we have one driver off on the apex there of turn number 6. unfortunate there, and it's going to be a burner lap. That's not too sure what the number was on that go-kart. The 261, they're off the racetrack. So we do have, I think, intel on some of the drivers that did go around. So Rodolfo Garza and Mangueris Vargas were off the racetrack there in turn number 6. So I think that's going to be all she wrote for the two of them. So unfortunate for Garza and Vargas, who find themselves out of qualifying here early in this 206 cadet class. So unfortunate there for them. And Aston White continuing to improve. What does it look like this time by when he crosses the line? Can improve. Goes almost a second slower than what he did on his fastest lap. So tires could be falling off here a little bit. He's going to have one more lap as we get to 3 seconds left in this qualifying session. Checkered flag comes out. So that's going to be it for all the other drivers. The last lap of qualifying here. Tanner Barsh in second. Looks to go quicker than Aston Wyatt. Hasn't been able to match the lap times that Wyatt's been able to put. The fastest lap of Wyatt, a 102.122, and the fastest lap of Barsh, a 102.840. So 0.7 of a second splits the Texas Hammer and Fast and Wyatt. Can Tanner find anything left in his Trackside Karting Services Burrell Art as he gets set to cross the line? This time by, not going to be enough for Tanner Barsh. Doesn't improve. And Aston Wyatt, it looks almost certain that he's going to cross the line on pole position here. More drivers continue to cycle through. What is it going to be? Nobody. Tyler Morwick up in 8th. Wright Johnson 9th. Dean Guerrier into the top 10 here. And Aston Wyatt on pole position here in 206 Cadet, presented by Rimrock Raceway. We saw a little bit of contact here in this qualifying session. More and more drivers continue to cycle through, but it's Aston Wyatt on pole, Barsh 2nd, Blem 3rd, Mitchell 4th, Steves 5th, Simon Klein 6th, Westbrook 7th, Morwick 8th, Johnson 9th, and Guerrier rounding up your top 10 here in 206 Cadet, presented by Rimrock Raceway. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We are live from Houston's high-speed playground, SpeedSportz Racing Park. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Houston's High Speed Playground, SpeedSportz Racing Park. This is round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the Spring Roundup. We just saw our 206 cadets out on the racetrack, and coming up next is your KA100 junior class. A lot of big names coming out to race here. Chico Brown and Jackson Warmups looking to contend for some Texas hardware here. So Tyler Roberts, Matthew Duquette, Jackson Warmups, Hamza Onbar, Pato Cadena, Nathan Goldseth, Santiago Duran, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Turner Brown, Graham Tremmel, Cash Perkins, Shane Reddy, Davis Henry, Bobby Klein, Amelia Gus Wonderlay, Eric Doan, Juan Jose Paramo, Chaz Varile, Ethan Gonzalez, Jeremiah Thomas, Gage Bailey, Luke Cruz, Mason Berry, Brandon Saraki, Benham Abernethy, Easton Cox, Hector Ituriga, Joey Dome, Carson Berry, Jackson Young, and David Ibarra, all set to come out onto the racetrack here for your KA100 Junior, presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. So for this K100 Junior class, it was all about Tyrone Kemper Jr. and his home race last time out at NOLA Motorsports Park, and we get set to go green as all these drivers cross the stripe this time by and get set to go out for their warm-up lap. Santiago Duran looking for some track position here, looking to slide up in a second. Is going to get moved to the outside there. David Ibarra and company in this mix as well. Not sure where Kemper finds himself here at the moment, but there is a lot of drivers here out on the racetrack. Joey Dome just made his way out. Chico Brown is out there on the racetrack. Not too sure where he finds himself here at the moment, but we are going to try and give you as much action as we can from these KA100 juniors. So Jackson Warmups out there as well in his typical Speed Concepts Racing colors. We'll look for him later on in this qualifying session, as I think they actually just made their way out of the racetrack. So Chico Brown just went out there for his first couple of qualifying laps. So on screen now is Santiago Duran. There's Tyrone Kemper Jr. further back with the black nose cone and the black fairing there. So set to cross the line first. That's Carson Berry, Matthew Duquette, Mason Berry as well, and Tyrone Kemper Jr., who all sit first, second, third, and fourth, respectively, here in this one. Duran, your IKF Grand National winner of 2023, who won the Duffy, finds himself in ninth. Brandon Taraki now works his way up into the top 3. Kemper falls back to 5th. Chico Brown, Warmups, and company are getting set to cross the line when they finish their warm-up lap here next time by.
You know, one name I haven't seen in a very long time is Bobby Klein. I don't know if that's because of how long I've been out of club racing here at SpeedSportz, or if he's been racing elsewhere, but it's really cool to see that Senna helmet.
Oh, wow.
No.
One driver around there. Let's see if we can get the number.
Yeah.
That's one of the Iron Rock Motorsports driver in the LN
That's Bobby
cart.
Klein.
I think that's commentator curse. Rocco, welcome to the
so
family.
Sorry.
Your first commentator's curse. And I'm glad I was here to share that. Wow. So your first commentator's curse ever. So congrats on that. You know, welcome to the family. So sorry.
Guess you just take it back up to the front of the pack.
So, you know, if you really like a driver out there, I would say don't talk about him at all, and he'll find himself up at the front at the end of the weekend. So there's Carson Berry, another driver that I haven't seen out here too often. Tyler Roberts now finds himself up into the first spot. Jackson Young in second. Kemper in third. Bailey fourth. Mason Berry, I think, if I'm not mistaken, twin brother Carson Berry out here on the racetrack as well. So the two twins racing here this weekend. Roberts with a 56 flat for him. Chico Brown getting set to cross the line now. What does it look like for young Chico? Making the trip all the way out from California to race here. He goes up in a fourth. A 56.596 there for Chico Brown. So a lot of these drivers continue to set in lap times here. Berry up in a P3 and a lot of shuffling here. It was Kemper Jr. for a second, and Eric Doan was able to take away provisional pole position here. A 55.924 for Eric Doan here in this one in the 843 there. So Tyler Roberts in the 899 falls back to third. Young in fourth. Duran. And just as I say that, the CRG Northern driver of David Ibarra works his way up in a provisional pole of 55.899 for David Ibarra, who is absolutely flying out here in this one. That's one of the Arcane Motorsports entries there, who continues to push forward as more and more drivers cycle through. Graham Tremmel in that group as well, as he gets set to set his first fast lap time. What does it look like when they cross the stripe? And I tell you what, a kid who's been almost perfect, won Supernats 2 times in the same weekend, Chico Brown, up into the provisional pole position, a 55.562 for young Chico in the 868 Arcane Motorsports. There he is on your screen, a black suit this weekend as Trevor McAllister, our Arcane Motorsports team owner, was happy to have Chico under the tent and try and put that Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart up into the front of the field here this weekend. Chico has a good draft so far, currently 2/10 quicker than the rest of the field. It's Matthew Duquette, who's second quickest here at the moment, is going to make a move there. A late send there by Chico Brown. Decided he had to go and is looking really, really quick for his second time out here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. He told me he needed, Chico Brown a little sideways there into the boot. And able to make it out and seems to continue to get going here. But for Chico Brown, told me he isn't going to be able to make it out for the test weekend and next week for the United States Pro Kart Series. He's like, I have to come out to Texas and race here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series because I need a test for the United States Pro Kart Series whenever they make it out here. But just as I say that, Chico Brown falls back to second. Tyrone Kemper Jr. now on provisional pole for a 10th quicker there than Chico Brown, a 55.483 for young Junior there, the NOLA local. As a couple of Chico's teammates there go side by side. That was Graham Tremmel making a move and trying to get ahead of fellow teammate there. Jackson Woney there in tow to the 2 Arcane Motorsports further back. But it's Chico Brown pulling away from this group here. Woney looks for a move and gets it done there further back.
Yeah, Turner Brown, a force in other series for sure. I've seen him time and time again do very well, always be up in the front. I'd be very worried if he were behind me. But Turner Brown, I wouldn't be surprised if right here he can clap back. Oh, he doesn't improve on his lap, but Jackson Wolney now demotes him to P3. He goes P2 with a 55.523, but Tyrone Kemper Jr. still keeps that provisional pole.
Yeah, so Tyrone Kemper Jr. still on provisional pole, and ex-teammates, I should say, for Wolney and Brown. Wolney finds himself up in a second here. Brown still in third. Duran up into fourth for the hometown kid. Jackson Young in fifth. Easton Cox sixth. David Ibarra 7th, Doe in 8th, Graham Tremmel 9th, Matthew Duquette in 10th, Gage Bailey 11th, Perkins 12th, Henry 13th, Barry 15th as we have more and more shuffling. Jackson Woney able to get up there, and Jackson Young, the Trackside Karting Services, GFC, able to work his way up into the top 5, knocks Santiago Duran outside of the top 5 and into the outside lane. There's Chico Brown. What does it look like this time by? Seems to be a flying lap time for him. Jackson Woney, an ex-teammate there in the Speed Concepts right behind him. What is it going to look like this time by when he crosses the stripe? Not the checkered flag as of yet. 30 seconds left. And Jackson Woney on provisional pole. A 55.421 for Jackson Woney. Tyrone Kemper Jr. second. Chico Brown able to go quicker. Not able to snag away the provisional pole, though. A 10th of a second off of Jackson Woney and Tyrone Kemper Jr. here at the moment for Chico. A 55.531 for Chico, who finds himself in third. Young up in a fourth. Bailey fifth. Santiago Duran 6th, Robertson 7th. Ibarra finds himself in 10th and not able to crack into the top 5 here at the moment for the CRG Nordum driver. What is it going to look like when they cross the line this time by? The checkered flag is out. So one more lap for the rest of these drivers. What is it going to be? More and more cycling through. Jackson Woney is getting set to cross the line here for his final lap time. Can he improve? Can he solidify his provisional pole position here in this one? Jackson Woney, the Speed Concept's going to cross first. Chico Brown as well. What does it look like when they cross the stripe? Can Chico improve? He does, but not enough. Jackson Woney goes even quicker. A 55.258 for Woney. Kemper crossing the line now. Can he go quicker? Can he improve? Can he go to the front? He cannot. Only a 55.8 for Tyrone Kemper Jr. So Jackson Woney on pole position here in the Speed Concepts Racing OTK. Turner Brown in third. Kemper splits the two of them as he is there in a sandwich in between, I guess you could say, the ex-Speed Concepts Racing teammate. Jackson Young up in a fourth. Gage Bailey 5. Santiago Duran up in a 6th. Tyler Roberts 7th. Graham Tremmel 8th. Eric Doan 9th. Easton Cox 10th. Ibarra 11th. Matthew Duquette 12th. Carson Berry 13th. Perkins 14th. Henry in 15th, Klein in 16th, Joey Dome in 19th, Pato Cadena in 18th, Mason Berry 19th, Juan Jose Paramo in 20th, Jeremiah Thomas 21st, Shane Reddy 22nd, Brandon Siraki in 23rd, Emilio Gasquandole 24th, Luke Cruz 25th, Benham Abernathy in 26th, Hamza Onbar in 27th, Nathan Golsa 28th, Chaz Varile in 29th, and Hector Ituriga in 30th, and Ethan Gonzalez rounding up your field here in KA100 Junior. As engines come to life in 206 Senior we get set to go for the second of our 2 headline classes here this weekend. It's a young Josie Chambers, the 14-year-old, is going to lead us away in that intrepid machine. Was able to take the win last weekend at the club races. You have a little wave there. I think that's Afton Willander. So hi, Afton, if you can hear me. There's Josie Chambers, though, is going to lead us away here. Was able to beat the likes of Frank and Seville, who finished first and second, respectively, at round number 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park. He was able to win last weekend at the club race, and he looks to repeat that same luck that he had last week this week here for this qualifying session. Josie Chambers, only 14 years old, made the move up to junior early and decided to fight with some of the top dogs here in this class. This is qualifying session, make or break for 206 senior, as all the drivers continue to shuffle out, and we go 3 wide outside of the grid. A lot of track position, a lot of strategy going to be played here as the green flag is out. I don't see Frank, Zing, or Rudolph out there on the racetrack as of yet, so I think they are going to wait, and they're going to wait a good while to find some good track position and work together. 3 Houston locals. You see Rudolph now out on the racetrack with young Kilgo and a lot of other drivers there. Cameron Reed deciding to wait, Domain deciding to wait. So it's going to be a very, very spread out 206 senior field. And we talked about it earlier today, qualifying, super, super important here in 206. One of the lower speed classes, but one of the hardest to race and work your way up the field. There's 30 quality drivers here in this field. The best in Texas have come out to play. 34 drivers here this weekend in 206 senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. The 2 Kart Republics here, that's Willander and teammate behind. Ethan and Caden Wolf, the brothers, racing here this weekend and looking to repeat some of the championships that they had in the past here in this 206 senior class. So let's see what it's like as one of the Wolf brothers looking for a move there and trying to get through with Seville in tow from those 2. Truly Adams and Robertson not too far behind. Seville currently fastest lap, a 105, not relative as of yet. And don't forget, Rudolph, Zing, and Frank and company all further back in the field. So let's see what it looks like for Rudolph when he crosses the line. This time by, can he go quicker? He does, but lap time still not at its quickest. We are going to expect these drivers to go into the 102 second mark here this weekend in 206 senior. Only at the 104, so 2 seconds still on the table. A lot of these drivers, on sticker tires, so it's going to be the quickest that they go all weekend long. So let's see what they can do. Seville behind Willander at the moment with the Wolf brothers right behind. Josie Chambers went out first, but now further back in the field. Seville, your race number 1. A new suit for him this weekend, a tuxedo.
Yeah, nice one.
A tuxedo here this weekend. Looks to be the class of the field with that tuxedo here this weekend for Reagan Seville. No pun intended, but pun fully intended there for Reagan Seville. A little bit of contact there. I think it's Willander on the outside who's going to get moved there a little bit and slot right in front of Chambers, though. So for Seville, like I said, a 102.517 for Reagan Seville. Truly Adams finds himself up in a second here, 102.954. Let's see what it looks like for Rudolph, Zing, and Frank, who are currently together here and pushing further up. And I tell you what, Kelvin Zing went to pole for a second, but Bryce Frank out of nowhere, a 102.258. Bryce Frank in the number 2 on provisional pole position here at the moment. Aiden Rudolph in the CRG Nordum 206 finds himself in 3rd. So this group right here is currently going a little bit slower than Frank, Zing, and Rudolph as they continue to find position there on the racetrack. 3 minutes down and 4 more to go here in this qualifying session. So this is Wolf and company. Let's see if we can check in with Aiden Rudolph, Kelvin Zing, and Bryce Frank, the 2 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers, and the CRG Nordum driver. They're going into turn number 11. There you have it, passing a rookie here this weekend, the 15-year-old out of Texas who they just had to pass. Not going to be the best lap for them, but Aiden Rudolph still leads them away. Ethan Wolf, a 102.035 for Ethan Wolf. Robertson goes even quicker on provisional pole for Braden Robertson, a 102.014. What does it look like this time by for Aiden Rudolph and Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank? Record lap time so far here this week, and the new tire has prompted these drivers to go even quicker and quicker that they have ever gone before here, going this direction at SpeedSportz Racing Park. This group had to make a move, but now they continue to push forward down the back straightaway, Rocco.
Yeah, Rudolph, Zing, and Bryce. Frank and the train right there call it a bullet train, but they're not fast enough to get on the pole position. Braden Robertson holds that.
Yeah, so Rudolph, Zing, and company find themselves 5th, 6th, and Frank finds himself in second. So Robertson was able to go. They had to make a move, so it wasn't the best lap time there for them, but they continue to work together and push their way further up. The Wolves are set to cross this time by with 4.5 minutes down. Seville can't improve, neither can Wolf. Robertson does improve, a 101.725 and a new track record there by Braden Robertson, who goes quicker than anybody else has gone here before. Rudolph, Zing, and Frank sets across the line this time by. What does it look like for the three of them? Can they improve? They do, but not enough as of yet. Zing goes up in a third, Rudolph up in a fourth, Frank to fifth, so not enough as of yet. Record lap times all around, but Robertson still leads us away in his Burrell art machine. There you have Braden Robertson with Truly Adams behind him. Josie Chambers in that group as well. Jacob Oliver up into the top 10. Young up in 11th. Rivera 13th. Harrell 14th. Waller in 15th. Dornbaum 16th. Bandry down into 17th. We saw him contend for the top 5 at NOLA. But not the best qualifying session as of yet for Jerry Fandry. Cameron Reed finds herself 18th, Long in 19th, and Ian Columbus 20th. An action-packed qualifying so far in this one. Can Robertson improve and continue to set record lap times here in this 2:06 senior qualifying session? What does it look like this time by for Robertson? Crosses the line, and he goes even quicker. A 101.708 for Braden Robertson. Nobody able to improve. Adams up in a P2. Landon Melson up in a P3. Zing, Rudolph, and company sets across the line this time by. Rudolph on his own. No push anymore by Zing and Frank. Rudolph up in a fourth. Zing to fifth. And Frank is still in sixth. So for the three locals, not able to beat the Waco-based driver of Braden Robertson, who's still going quicker and quicker than anybody else has gone here before. It's the Wolves in there, Seville in there as well. A lot of drivers. The top 20 absolutely packed, stacked drivers here. The best in Texas, the best in the region here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Yeah, down turn 11 they go. A few more laps. They think they have about a minute left. They're probably going to get this lap and then one more. Braden Robertson still on pole. Down into the boot hairpin they go. Braden Robertson still following Caden Wolf.
Following in a Caden Wolf there down the main straightaway. And the last lap here of this qualifying session, Robertson can't improve. Adams in second. Melson in third. Rudolph isn't improving as of yet. He's further back in the field. What is it going to look like when Rudolph crosses the stripe this time by? Had to make some passes and disconnected with Zing and Frank here, but I think they are going to catch traffic. Still fourth, fifth, and sixth, respectively, for Rudolph, Zing, and Frank. It's currently Braden Robertson. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this is going to be the final lap of qualifying here. It's Braden Robertson on provisional pole. Truly Adams in second in the VLR machine. Landon Melson third. Aiden Rudolph fourth. Robertson into the pits. That's going to be it for Robertson. Can Zing, Frank, and Rudolph, they have to make moves, and it isn't going to help them out at all. Reagan Seville going to look to push the 7-time Texas Sprint Racing champion going into the boot now. He looks to put it on the pole position. Seville finds himself in 9th here at the moment, outside of the top 5. What can he do as he comes to the stripe this time by? The checkered flag is out. Reagan Seville crosses the line. What does it look like for Reagan Seville? Can he improve? Can he take the pole position away? He cannot. Only a 101.985 for Reagan Seville, 0.2 of a second off of his teammate of Braden Robertson, who still holds on to the provisional pole, and I think it's going to be a throwaway lap here for Zing, Rudolph, and Frank, who won't be able to improve as they had to make moves. But Braden Robertson on provisional pole here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. It's Robertson from Adams, Melson, Rudolph, Zing, Frank, Wolf again, Ethan and Caden Wolf 7th and 8th respectively. Reagan Seville 9th, Jacob Oliver 10th, Samuel Young in 11th, Jerry Fandry up in a 12th, Luke Waller in 13th, Landon Fitz 14th, Zach Rivera 15th, Jensen Harrell in 16th, Blaze Dornbaum in 17th, Cameron Reed 18th, 19th for Parker Fitz, Alfred Alvarez Castillo rounding up your top 20.
Ryan Long in 21st, Ian Columbus in 22nd, Afton Willander in 23rd, Carter Kilgo 24th, Paul Brandon 25th, Nick Leod 26th, Herring 27, Domingue 28, Bamru 29th, Toll 30th, Cullum 31st, Larson 32nd, Chambers 33rd. And, oh, he didn't have a time.
Yeah, so I think Chambers, no transponder on in that one. Not sure how fast he went. And Chappell.
He was with Braden Robertson.
Yeah, so he was with that group, but no time for him in that qualifying session. I don't think Chappell's racing 206 Senior here this weekend. But that was it for our free coverage here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Make sure to become a KC Premium member so you can get all the racing action. We have heats 1 and 2 coming your way next here. As you can see, this 206 senior class and the stars and KA 100 senior go at it and fight for Texas gold here in round number 2. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, a spring roundup live from UKNE, Texas. Become a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month and watch all the racing action for the rest of the weekend. So don't forget, here, this is March 23rd to the 24th. We're going to be live today and tomorrow, free coverage on warm-up. But when it goes to heat races, you're going to have to pay $9.99 a month to watch all the racing action live. For those of you guys who are going to be sticking around, we'll be back. We're going to a quick lunch break here. We'll be back at 1:15 for racing action, where heat number 1 will take start. So from Caleb Vieska and Rocco Ruzic, we hope to see you guys here shortly in 45 minutes time and catch all the action live from Houston, Texas.